Thank you, Monica.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. I call to order the January 14th meeting of the Educator Advancement Council at 9:02 a.m. We will be opening the meeting differently this morning in order to meet the requirements of implementing HB 3041. Emily is going to provide a brief introduction and explanation of how we are starting our meeting today before we start roll call. Emily?
Thank you, Chair Weathersby. Welcome, everyone. I'm going to give a quick overview of how we're going to do this morning, and then I'll pass it back to the chair to do the roll call. Just a couple of quick virtual meeting protocol reminders. If you can update your Zoom name to director and then your last name. We have several guests presenters today, and so that'll help with facilitating conversations so they know your name when you raise your hand or when you want to make a comment. As a reminder, we have to limit our use of the chat to just logistics. Most comments regarding agenda items should be made on record to support compliance with public meeting laws. And then if you can keep your camera on, particularly while you're speaking, again, that helps with showing who's talking on the public meeting. So we are doing things a little bit differently this morning to kind of check off all of the things that we need to do to implement House Bill 3041, which, as a quick reminder, was passed in 2025, and it removed the primary thing that it did is it removed the use of an intergovernmental agreement and instead established the council directly in statute and put a lot of the things that were in the intergovernmental agreement right into the law. This was really done in order to create more clear statutory guidance, to increase transparency in council membership, and to streamline administrative procedures. So what we're going to do today is we're going to take a couple of actions to fully transition from the intergovernmental agreement to the council as it is constituted in the law now with the amendments from House Bill 3041. So what the bill requires is that the intergovernmental agreement establishing the Educator Advancement Council terminated on December 31st. And on January 1st, each of the state agencies are required to appoint one representative to serve as a standing director of the council. And then by or before January 31st, the standing directors appoint the 15 rotating directors to the council. And so we're going to take care of all of these things. We've done a couple of them already to meet the deadlines, and then we're going to finish up those things today. As you know, the subcommittee revised policy documents to guide the procedures of the council. So we'll vote on that today to fully set up our policies and procedures without the intergovernmental agreement. ODE, DELC, HEC, and TSPC all appointed their representatives. We did that via email and by January 1st. And then today, the standing directors are going to appoint the rotating directors via vote. So just a summary of how we have met all the requirements of the bill with all of our appointments. So like I said, first, the agencies appointed their representatives. And so there's no new names here. You should know that these are the same folks who will be continuing as we're already in these seats. So Dr. Candace Castillo from ODE, Andy Bales-Molnar from the Department of Early Learning and Care, Dr. Veronica Dujan from the HEC, and Bill Rhodes from the Teacher Standards and Practices Commission. So thank you to our standing directors for continuing your service with us. We also worked with the government to government education cluster representatives to have them appoint or select their representative for the tribal representative seat. And so in December, the government to government group met with Dr. Karen Perez, as well as with the other agencies, and Jemiah Wassman was selected to continue in his seat as the tribal representative. So we're very excited to have Director Wassman continue. And today we will reappoint 14 of the 15 rotating directors. And so we're excited that most of our directors are continuing in their seats. And so we'll talk a little bit more about that. And we do want to recognize that one person, Nelly Patino Cabrera, made the decision not to continue in her seat as the Educator Preparation Program representative. And so we will begin recruiting that seat very shortly. And so if you know of anyone or want to recommend anyone to represent educator preparation programs on the council, we would welcome that. And so we'll be sending out more information about applying for that seat in the next few weeks. So like I said, we'll talk a little bit more about the appointments of the rotating directors in a few minutes. But the way that the meeting is going to run right now is we are first going to do roll call of just the standing directors. I'll read the names, and then standing directors will just respond with present. And then I'll let you know if we have quorum of the standing directors. If we do have quorum, we will then move into a slate vote of the standing directors to appoint all 14 of the rotating directors. If that passes, we will then move into a roll call vote of all the rotating directors. And by following that process, we will have quorum of the full council, and we will have the full council appointed. We will have quorum, and we will move into the rest of the agenda. So I just wanted to explain why we're doing this a little bit differently this morning. And then when we get to the later votes, I'll also do a little bit of background on explaining those things as well. So I'm going to pass it back to Chair Weathersby to get us started on those roll call votes. Oh, Monica, Chair Weathersby, you're muted.
Well, that will not work, will it? Thank you. So thank you, Emily. We will now begin the roll call of the standing directors. Emily will be taking the roll call. Please respond with present when you hear your name. After she reads all the names, Emily will let us know if we have quorum today.
Thank you. Dr. Candace Castillo.
Present.
Director Andy Bales Molnar.
Here.
Director Bill Rhodes.
Yes.
And Director Veronica Dujan.
Present.
Excellent. So we have quorum.
Thank you. We have reached a quorum of standing directors and can move on to item 1.2. Okay, we're going to do the appointment of rotating directors. The standing directors will now take action to appoint 14 rotating directors to the vacant seats in accordance with the requirements of House Bill 3041, as Emily described a few minutes ago. The staff worked with all of our directors to confirm each person who would like to continue, and we appreciate all of their work in ensuring this process went smoothly. We have 3 rotating directors who will not be continuing on the council, so I'd like to recognize Director Patino Cabrera, Director Shaltel, and Director Tovar for their service. We appreciate their time and thoughtful engagement over the last few years and wish them the best as they continue serving students, educators, and their communities. The slate of 14 directors being appointed are listed on the slide in front of you and will be appointed to their respective seats. May I have a motion from a standing director to appoint the slate of 14 individuals to their respective vacant seats, rotating director seats?
I so move to have the 14 directors appointed to the seats.
Do I have a second?
I'll
I would
second that
second.
motion.
No, go ahead, Bill.
Great, when we have more than we need.
Mhm.
Is there any discussion? Okay, seeing no discussion, I will now call a vote of the standing directors. Council members, your options are yes, no, or abstain. If you had declared a conflict of interest, Emily can now do please a roll call vote.
All right. Dr. Candace Castillo.
Yes.
Director Bales Molnar.
Yes.
Director Rhodes.
Yes.
And Director Dujan.
Yes.
Great. And so the vote passes. 4 votes in favor.
Thank you. We have reached a quorum of rotating directors and can move on to item 1.4. Thank you for your patience as we completed all those steps. We will now review the agenda for today's meeting, which has been put in the chat for you to review. Please do so now. I'm going to give you about a minute more. Okay, directors, are there any changes to the agenda being requested? I don't see anybody raising their hands. Okay, hearing none, the agenda is approved. Approval of October and November meeting minutes. We will now move to item 1.5, approval of the meeting minutes. Directors, please take a minute to review the October and November meeting minutes for approval. The links are in the chat. Please do not worry about grammar, punctuation, spelling errors. Review for clarity of content and accuracy of attendance of directors. I'm going to give you a minute to do that.
Director Weathersby,
Mhm.
did we skip 1.3, the roll call for the rotating directors? I think we have to go back and do
Oh.
that real quickly before we can do 1.4 and 1.5.
Thank you so much.
No worries.
Roll call rotating director. Okay. Roll call rotating directors. We will now begin the roll call of the rotating directors. Emily will be taking the roll call. Please respond with present when you hear your name. After she reads all the names, she will let us know if we have a quorum of rotating directors today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ashley, for catching that. Chair Weathersby. All right, I'll start the roll call. Director Bell,
Present.
Director Vance,
Present.
Director Cotter, Director Brune,
Present.
Director Chavez Tapia, Director Perez,
Present.
Director Nicholson, Director Larios,
Present.
Director Potter,
Present.
Director Wilkinson,
Present.
Director Chair Weathersby,
Present.
Director Lolich is not present. Director Tellerico, Director Wassman.
Present.
Great, and we do have quorum, Chair.
Excellent. Thank you. We have reached a quorum of rotating directors and can move on to item 1.4. This is out of order, so I skipped that one on accident. So now we will move back to the meeting minutes, and I'd like you to have some time to read those and to see if we need to change anything. I'm giving you my teacher wait time. So directors, are there any corrections to the minutes that you would like to put in place? No? Okay, I don't see anyone. So hearing none, the meeting minutes for both October and November are approved. Now we are going to move on to, there are no public comments, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Okay, we have not received any public comments, so we're going to move on. Hearing none, we will now move to our next item on the agenda, which is the leadership welcome. Okay, I will begin with our leadership welcome, and then I would like our vice chair to give a small welcome as well. What I would like to say is there has been a lot going on in our country to, this few years. but more so right now. We've had some shootings that have occurred by our ICE agents. We've had people kidnapped off the street. When I look around, living in the skin I'm in, I feel a little uneasy. And so I just want to thank each and every one of you for being here today and doing the good work that you do. I know in the roles that you play outside of this space. And I just want to give you my deep felt appreciation because there are many who um, cannot do that work right now, right? They're in fear for their safety and in other ways. And so I gave a speech on Saturday at Legacy Emmanuel protesting the HIPAA violations that ICE is doing inside of their hospital. And I just, I really want to call for us to be involved and to do as much as possible to keep things like this space going and to keep our work that we do on an individual level going and to recruit other folks to know the actions they can take to get involved. So I really appreciate all of you. Thank you so much. Veronica. Oh, Dr.
Thank you, Chair
Dijon.
Weathersby, and I will echo your sentiments about staying the course with the work. These are unusual times. These are very challenging times, and sometimes we can get overwhelmed, but I appreciate, along with my colleagues here, the work that we are doing. At the end of the day, when I think about my responsibility and how I participate in the society, I ask myself, what am I doing? How am I accounting for the time that I have? And so I really appreciate the community we have here. Many changes, not just in Oregon, nationally, and even with the future of how the future work will continue with the EAC or some other structure for the EAC. So I do appreciate the work that we're doing together, and I am relieved, inspired to be in this space with you as we do the good work that we were charged to do. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to move on now to the adoption of policies and procedures document. We will now move to item 4.1, adoption of our policies documents. Emily is going to provide a brief introduction and explanation of our action items before we begin voting.
Thank you so much, Chair Weathersby. Apologies, I'm doing all the screen sharing, so I'm
Thank you so much.
unmuting, clicking all the things. But thank you. As we get into the items for action and the adoption of our policies and procedures documents, I just want to provide a little bit more background and context for everyone. So we are taking two actions today, again, relating to implementation of House Bill 3041. First, obviously adopting the EAC charter and the EAC policies and procedures manual. And then appointing officer positions and establishing and appointing the ex officio seats. And so we'll do the policies and procedures first because that is the document that lays out the process through which we appoint the officers on the ex officio seats. And so just a voting process reminder, which you've already seen it in action, but this is what's been redefined and clarified in our policies and procedures manual is chair calls for a motion on a specific issue. There's a motion and then a second. It's not always required that there's a second. And then the chair will announce the vote at hand. We do a roll call vote if that's required. And so each voting director announces their vote, which could be yes, no, or abstain. And then the chair announces the vote count and whether it passes. This is actually a clarification in public meeting laws that we have to announce the vote count, and every director has to put on the record their vote. So where those types of votes are required, where the roll call vote is required. So as we get in, I just wanted to remind everyone of that. The first vote at hand is around, as I said, the adopting the charter and the policies and procedures manual. So we've been talking about this for about 6 months now. And just as a reminder that these are now this council's documents, and so they can be updated and amended as needed. And this council can take that action when they think it's necessary. So the versions that we're adopting today can always be updated if we're finding that something isn't working or that we want to go back and rethink about some of the things that we put in there. So that is absolutely within this council's ability to change. So, as I said, we've been meeting monthly as a subcommittee since July to work on these documents. This is a list. We had a great participation from many members of the council. I know not everybody actually who attended is on this list. We also collected input and feedback at the council meeting on October 22nd. There was also a survey sent out so folks could submit feedback or ask questions. I also hosted open office hours, which was great. I had a chance to answer questions and talk through some things with different council directors. And then I also did a couple of consultations with Department of Justice attorneys, particularly around the updates to public meeting law that we needed to make sure were reflected in our manual. So there was a lot of work that went into these documents. The current version that you're looking at was shared first at December 23rd. And the changes that you might have noticed from the version you looked at in October are that we first, based on feedback and input from the council and from the subcommittee, is that we clarified the appointment process of the tribal representative. And so we worked with Director Wassman and the government to government process to clarify that. We also clarified the rotating director removal process on page 12. The subcommittee gave a lot of input on that. The subcommittee wanted to replace the term surrogate with the term proxy. So all directors can have someone act on their behalf, and so that's now called a proxy.
Nice.
We also clarified the process for appointing officers, and so we'll be following that process today. And clarified that participation in subcommittee meetings is encouraged but not required. So these were all the topics of the last subcommittee meeting. So, and then I also wanted to highlight that some of the things that we updated based on the Department of Justice consultation from that last draft to the one you're looking at today is the removal of the EAC duties summary table, rather than keeping that in the policies manual, to put it more on like work plans for the council, which will make it a much less formal process to update or make changes to those things rather than keeping it in the policies manual. And then, as I mentioned, just updating the sections to comply with the current public meeting laws, public record laws, and member ethics laws. So there's a couple of pieces actually that I wanted to highlight just in there to make sure everybody is on the same page. And I apologize about this slide. It's just summarizing what's on page 18 of the manual. So definitely look at the manual if you'd like to. But these are some of the things that just got some slight updates or clarifications. So first, around consensus decision making. This was actually per the council's choice, and this hasn't changed, that the council will strive for consensus and decision making on all decisions will foster a collaborative approach to problem solving. And so moving forward, we need to start to follow this policy. When a matter is initially considered, every director present at the meeting shall signal their position on the matter. And so we can do that not in a roll call vote type of way, but in a more informal way as well. But I want to just highlight this as a way to encourage understanding where people are at in their thinking around a topic as it's being discussed prior to voting. Around motions, any director can make a motion. And like I said, a motion need not be seconded by another director. So there isn't always a need for a second. Around voting, this is important in the policies and procedures manual. I just want to highlight that all rotating and standing directors are expected to participate in voting unless a conflict of interest exists. And so important to remember around declaring your conflicts of interest. If there's a potential conflict of interest, the director announces it publicly, and after announcing the nature of the conflict of interest, the director may participate in the discussion and may vote. And so the definition of a potential conflict of interest is talked about much more in depth in the manual. If there's an actual conflict of interest, so if there's which means that if someone in your immediate family or someone you're related to could potentially benefit, the director has to announce that publicly and then also must refrain from participating in any discussion or vote. except if the vote is necessary to meet a quorum requirement. So I just want to clarify or share that there's sort of these important pieces around decision making. And we will work to really support you all in making sure we're complying with all of these things. And we'll support the chair in doing that as well as we navigate through discussion and voting. We will, what we can do is in discussion, especially take a moment to just check if anyone feels that there's any conflicts of interest, as well as just indicate how everyone is feeling about the vote. So I will pass it back to Chair Weathersby to move into the first vote.
Thank you, Emily.
Also happy to answer any questions. I apologize. I should say that before.
Yes. Does anybody have any questions for Emily? I haven't seen any. Okay. So all rotating and standing directors will now take action to adopt the EAC charter and revised policies and procedures manual. Both of these documents were emailed to everyone in December for their review, and copies are in the meeting materials. Links have also been put into the chat. Give you a second to look at that if you need to. Okay. May I have a motion from a director to adopt the EAC charter and policies and procedures manual in front of you now?
I'll make a motion to adopt the policies and procedures document.
Thank you, Director Wilkinson. Do I have a second?
I second.
Thank you, Dr. Dujon. Is there any discussion? Okay, go ahead.
Dr. Brune here. Just wanted to say thank you for all the people who engaged in the subcommittee for those 6 months. Just a lot of love and tender critical reflection on that opportunity to kind of have a gut check around our purpose. What are some obstacles in kind of pursuing that? And then also knowing what are some possibilities in trying to pursue that. So just wanted to say thank you to all the people kind of engaging in that work, and to the EAC staff and kind of doing the translation work when I know a lot of us are newer in the last year or two and trying to get an honest sense of the terrain and landscape. And so just want to give that on public record, because I know there's a lot of heart and intention that might be lost in the somewhat dry documentation. So just wanted to name that as an appreciation.
Your voice is always welcome, Dr. Brune. Or sorry, Director Brune. I'm going to call you doctor. You earned a degree. Okay, so I will now call a vote for all directors, council members. Your options are yes, no, or abstain. Emily, can you now please do a roll call vote?
Thank you. Director Castillo,
Yes.
Director Bales-Molnar,
Yes.
Director Rhodes,
Yes.
Director Dujon,
Yes.
Director Bell,
Yes.
Director Vance,
Yes.
Director Brune,
Yes.
Director Chavez Tapia, I saw you on mute, but I didn't think of it.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Director Perez,
Yes.
Director Larios,
Yes.
Director Potter,
Yes.
Director Wilkinson,
Yes.
Director Weathersby,
Yes.
and Director Wassman.
Yes.
Great. The motion passes.
Great. Both of those documents pass and are adopted. I appreciate all of you. Now we're going to move on to 4.2, appointment of officers and ex officio directors. We will now move to item 4.2, appointment of, and I just read that, sorry. Emily will provide a brief background. So back to you, Emily. We're going to be doing that all day, by the way.
We're almost done. You won't hear much more from me after all this. Thank you. So In the policies and procedures manual, and yay, we're done. So thank you. I've enjoyed working with you all on that. But so in the manual, it lays out the process for appointing the officer positions, the chair and vice chair. Really, no changes, just making it clear how that process works. And so we are because Director Weathersby and Director Dujon were already serving in those roles and they still meet the requirements of the roles. We're going to fast forward through a nomination process and we're going to move to reappointing them to their seats. The policies and procedures manual, as well as the law, allows for this council to appoint non-voting ex officio seats, as we have already had on the council. And so we'll take action to both establish 2 ex officio seats that we have already had, and to appoint Representative McLean to the seat for the state legislator, and Rachel Mosier, who is the governor's education policy advisor, to the other ex officio seat, which is for the governor's office. The proposal on the table is to take action of all of these things at once. So as part of your discussion, if that's not preferred, that you can change that. I would, in order to start our new practice of just signaling your opinion on the vote at hand prior to, I would suggest that we can actually use what we used to do in the subcommittee. Director Wilkinson remembers this. It was a consensus protocol called FIST to 5. And if the council is comfortable with it, you can just show on your screen from your FIST is a 0, which means I do not support this at all. I will not vote for it. All the way to 5 is I would champion this. I strongly support it. And so a 2, 3, or 4, 1, 2, 3, or 4 is sort of a spectrum of where you're feeling from definitely not to yes, I'm a champion. And so Chair Weathersby, I just put that forth as a way to have folks signal. You're also welcome to come off mute and talk about anything or your thoughts as well. So I'll stop there. Again, happy to take any questions before you move into the voting.
I really do like the idea of the 0 to 5 because this is new for us, and I would love to get a temperature of the room for sure. I mean, obviously I like myself, but I can speak for the other 3, and I am very impressed with all that they do, all that everyone does, right? No one here have I found any lack in at all. Quite the opposite. So I would love to see a 0 through 5 on the screen if possible, if you're able to show your face and your hand. Okay, well, that looks pretty high 5 to me. Excellent. So also, if anyone would like to, let's see. So I'm going to go back to script. And thank you, Emily. The slate of 4 individuals to be appointed to these positions are on the slide in front of you. May I have a motion from a director to establish ex officio seats and appoint the slate of individuals to the seats as well as individuals to the officer positions of chair and vice chair?
Also move.
I did not see who that was, but thank you very much.
Director Bales-Molnar.
Oh, thank you, Director Bales-Molnar. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Director Larios. Okay, is there any discussion? Would anyone like to speak to this motion? Okay, great. I will call a vote of all directors. Council members, your options are yes, no, or abstain. Emily, can you now please do a roll call vote?
Great, thank you. Director Castillo,
Yes.
Director Bales-Molnar,
Yes.
Director Rhodes,
Yes.
Director Dujon,
Yes.
Director Bell,
Yes.
Director Vance,
Yes.
Director Brune, sorry.
Yes.
Director Chavez Tapia,
Yes.
Director Perez,
Yes.
Director Larios,
Yes.
Director Potter,
Yes.
Director Wilkinson,
Yes.
Director Weathersby,
Yes.
Director Wassman.
Yes.
Great. The motion passes with 10 votes in favor. I know.
Sorry, Emily. Director Tallarico did just arrive in
Oh,
time for the
wonderful.
call.
Director Tallarico,
Abstain.
thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, so the motion passes.
Thank you. So the vote passes, establishing ex officio seats and appointing the slate of individuals to the seats as well as individuals to the officer positions of chair and vice chair. Thank you, everyone. We are going to now move to 4.3, approval of South Coast to Valley Ren Plan amendments. I will hand it off to Dr. Perez to provide some additional information.
Hey, buenos dias. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here. It's exciting to have our new council under House Bill 3041. I know that has been a long time coming, and thank you so much to all of you who spent the last 6 months contributing to the charter so that it is your process and your work that's moving forward in this time. I want to quickly just hold space for the impacts to our students and educators, both in our state and nationally, and know that we're holding them. Not I'm holding them in my heart, but I know that our council cares deeply about our students and educators, and we'll continue to do this good work until we are told otherwise. So. Right now, we're here to look at the approval of the South Coast to Valley Ren Plan Amendment. As a reminder, the council approved each Ren plan, or approves each Ren plan and changes to those plans. So the South Coast region of the South Coast to Valley Ren have submitted 4 professional learning plans, which have been reviewed by staff. And the plans were shared with you last week and are included in the meeting materials now. As a reminder, the South Coast to Valley Ren will be ending in June 2026, and 2 new Rens will be created, one serving Willamette Valley and one serving the South Coast area. The request for applications will start later this spring. This proposal coming forth from the South Coast will allow them to do some work between now and June before the new Rens start in July. With that, I'll hand it back to Chair Weathersby to get us started.
Unmuting. I will now call a vote of all directors and council members. I'm sorry. Thank you, Dr. Perez. May I have a motion from a director to approve the South Coast to Valley Ren Plan's addition of 4 professional learning plans?
I so move.
Thank you, Dr. Dujon. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. I did not hear who that was from, but hopefully it was noted.
It was Dr. Castillo.
Thank you, Dr. Castillo. Is there any discussion? Okay. Marty?
Chair Weathersby, I'm gonna take the newbie director question and ask if there's a representative from this REN that would be able to provide insight to some of the percentages. I see 100% in some places, 75 in other places, 70%, 80%. I'm wondering a little bit about logistics behind it and what the thought process is, and whether or not there's some intentionality behind their percentages.
Yeah, let
Thank
me
you.
see if, oh, sorry.
No, I was just going to say thank you for bringing that up, Director Perez. And I'm going to see if the staff has anything that they know about it because they have extensively been working on this.
Let me see if Mercedes is available. to come off on screen and see if she can provide an insight. If not, I can get more information.
Hi, Director Perez. Thank you for the question. When you're looking at the percentages, what are you referencing within those plans? Is it within the problems of practice or the indicators?
Just for instance, Mercedes, I love this mathematical equation here on record. If you were to take a look on page 30, it talks a little bit about providing high quality professional learning for novice educators. I'm going to assume in year one. And then it looks to me as though it says 75% of educators who remain in the region will engage, right, or continue in the program. My question would be, why go from 100 to 75 would be my question. I do believe, just for another mathematical equation, I'll find it really quickly here. I do believe there's a place here where it says 80% engagement, really talking about responsive teaching. And I guess philosophically, when I see those numbers, we allow people to opt out on what I will put on record, best practice. And I just don't know why we haven't, why 100% wasn't the indicator.
Sure.
I can find the page if you want the exact page. I should have
No,
written this down.
that's okay. So the way that these logic models are laid out within the outcomes is we have our short term, our midterm, and our long term. And so because this was the first time, some of these plans are brand new. And so one of the things that we had encouraged all of our RENs when developing these indicators was to not put in indicators that were aspirational, but that we could actually measure and hit targets and measure growth within the short term, midterm, and then our longer term indicators. I definitely would welcome this to actually be a future conversation though around, because we know that these indicators, they're so important in terms of being able to measure and produce those measurable outcomes to show the actual impact and progress that our RENs are making.
Dr. Perez, is that an adequate answer for you?
It is, I guess, and I'll just say, Mercedes, right? Listening to our opening statements and then reading something on paper, I just will be very honest and clear with you. Not that I'm the equity police or the one that feels like I need to be writing citations for some of the things that I would deem to be inequitable. For instance, on page 41, if we were to read, it says 80% of educators will report increased confidence in recognizing harmful systems and interrupting them. I will say it should be 100% of everybody in that field. And I see a lot of heads nodding, and I don't want to be the one that agitates the water or to be stuck or fixed on a percentage. However, a yes vote from me says that I'm okay with that number when it should be 100%. And then try to find how to kind of increase to make sure that it's 100%. When I go down, it says 80% of educators will report increased confidence in decreasing student barriers to success. I feel like we're allowing 20% of whomever to opt out to say, well, it doesn't apply to me or it shouldn't apply to me. It should be 100%. And so I guess I'll just go on record stating that. And I don't know if this is customary practice. And if it is, then let me know. However, I would like to see higher percentages indicated in there.
I, as well, Dr. Perez, or I mean, sorry, Director Perez, would love to have 100% of everyone aware of what needs to be done, feeling comfortable doing so. But I'm just going to state too that we do know that there's that learning curve for folks who recognize for the first time that racism exists to people who are in the work every day. And so I really, I do appreciate what you are saying, and I I wish that would be the case, truthfully. So I'm not sure how we proceed with that. Are we just going to put that as a notation on our record and move forward with the vote? Or are we going to, can we make a amendment? I think, what do we do with that? I just want to make
Can
sure.
I provide one clarification?
Mhm.
So in this amendment, the pages that Director Perez is referencing, those plans had actually already been approved back in September.
Okay.
And so the plans that we're looking at now, I don't know if Emily can reshare her screen with the page numbers to those 4 specific professional learning plans. Those are the ones that we're looking at to amend the overall REN plan to add. So I just wanted to provide that as some clarification.
Excellent.
What
Director
we can
Molnar?
do,
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Chair Weathersby, is provide that feedback for our RENs and let them know that this was part of the conversation that was had. And I see a few other hands, and so our staff can take notes and take that back to the REN coordinators and have a deeper conversation in that area as well.
Lovely.
Happy to do
I
that.
just want to make sure that Director Perez's info is going somewhere and making a difference. I appreciate you, Dr. Perez, or Director Perez. I'm going to say doctor all day.
Every time you've been saying Perez, I'm like, yes, it's not me. It's the other Perez.
I know. Uh, Director Molnar.
Thank you. Yeah, Marty, I always appreciate your math and data mind. And so thank you for bringing that up. And one thing, when I look at this and I think about, because I've done these things before where you're like, you want to kind of demonstrate like short-term, midterm, long-term change over time. And for me, what would be really helpful in looking at this is knowing where do they see that percentage right now? Because for me, I'm looking at the 80%, and I agree, we want it to be 100%. But if standing here today, it's at 30% now, and they're anticipating a 50% increase, that to me still feels like work is moving forward and that progress is there towards that 100% at some point. But I think what is missing for me, and maybe could be feedback for the RENs and for us to think about in the future, is where are they starting from? So we can see growth over time and not in a realistic tracking way too.
Thank you, Director Molnar. Director Wassman.
Thank you. I just had a quick question about, it's more of a governance question. I want to see if the proxy representation matches the charter with the representation during RENs. And just for example, tribes have really limited capacity, but I didn't. If there was an area in the REN plans I missed, if proxy representation is acceptable. I just wanted to check in and see if that was a possibility.
Now, Dr. Perez, do you have that in your
I
wheelhouse?
will have Mercedes give us that information
Okay.
if she has it. If not, we can bring it back.
Okay.
Hi, Director Wassman. Are you referencing on the coordinating body representation there?
Yeah.
Yeah, so within law and statute, all 10 of our RENs are required to have tribal representation on their coordinating body. And so that's a process that we need to build out further alongside our tribes of what that looks like in the same way that we've done here with our council. And so that's something that we plan to bring to the Gov2Gov cluster meetings here in the near future to do that.
Great.
Excellent.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, Jemiah Wasson. Director Potter?
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to recognize and appreciate what Director Perez said about the numbers and what does it mean when we accept these plans. And I also appreciate, Mercedes, you welcoming a conversation of when the dust settles, because there's so much going on right now, and in that so much going on space, our REN staff have been scrambling for months to try to put together these plans and pivot and change and add things, and they're exhausted too, and they're on a precarious sense of, there's a lot of nerves. And so I feel like once these are accepted, it would be really interesting for me to have a conversation, especially for that final column, the intended student results, it's something that we have seen. Are there ways to have conversations about, do the intended student results that you're measuring actually go back and measure the goal? And we've been going so fast that how can RENs report out on that? What does that look like? I'm okay with as it is. I also like Director Bales Molnar's suggestion of seeing where you are and where you're growing, because that's the point, right? Is that we're always trying to improve. If they're at 79% right now and their goal is to grow 1%, maybe that's not bold enough. But considering everything that they've been juggling, all the changes that they've had, they have now a limited service area. They're changing so much. So I just want to express gratitude for the REN staff for trying to meet all of these different obligations. And then also, I would love to participate in committee or subcommittee to really dig into the data to see how can we collaborate with our RENs to make sure that we're measuring impactful standards, and what do they need from us to be able to reach those high goals, because we all want that to be. So I feel like there's two parts right now, where we are, and then aspirationally where we want to go, and that is really exciting work that I'm excited for.
Excellent. Dr. Brune?
Yeah, I just wanted to echo the gratitude for Director Perez naming just some questions or wonderings, in transparency as a director. I think it's always worth pausing around, like, what's the significance of a yes? Like, what does that mean? What's my individual responsibility when there's pages and pages of data to process? So I guess I wanted to name, like, as a rotating director, maybe a future agenda item to be able to process and reflect on just the logic model and REN reporting. I know a lot of us brought up in Pendleton, we were in person around wanting to kind of slow down on what's the process for hearing these reports. To that point, Director Potter, like, a lot of energy and time, and what's a way of kind of honoring that report, but also making sure there's alignment with our purpose. And sometimes that might feel rushed unless if we did have a future agenda space to kind of be more intentional in processing. Because I appreciate that from the EAC staff around some of the newness around this reporting. And so it's also a way of, I think, honoring EAC staff efforts with hundreds and hundreds of document pages to dig through. So I just want to make kind of, I think, moving forward with what Director Perez has noted is like, oh, what's the significance of a yes? And what could I kind of unearth and name, even if we can't solve it in this moment, just naming that intent, back to what Director Bales Molnar mentioned around making sure we still have integrity with any vote from this body of these plans being in alignment with the purpose of the council.
Excellent. Representative McLean?
Well, I think this is one of the most thoughtful conversations that we've had, completely in the last couple of years. I really agree with everything everybody is saying as far as the need for making sure that the purpose and the review have meaning. That's number one. But number two, acknowledging the role of both the state and the REN and the local teachers that are really coming up. The fact that the RENs are making plans and they're including hopefully 51% of educators, that means that the process is coming full circle. So I really appreciate the last 3 or 4 speakers and all of the elements that they have about continuing the dialogue in the future, no matter what the structure of our system is. It needs to be cohesive. I can't even say that today. Cohesive, and also make sure that it has meaning and that we can use it to continue to improve the process.
Thank you. Dr. Vance?
I'll just speak briefly. I actually participated in a Teach from Your Best Self seminar through one of the local RENs. And so I think something that also would be helpful moving forward is just hearing experience from what people have experienced as we're approving these, even in advance.
I was like an automatic yes, just because I had gone through that and was personally transformed through the experience. So that would also be helpful.
Excellent. This discussion is amazing. I appreciate all of you. Director Perez for bringing up that very significant info that we would, look at and discover, like, what does that actually mean? And I'm all for the 100%. I'm just saying, I would love everyone to feel comfortable doing all these things. And I hope that we can get to that point in our society, truthfully. So I think it is time, I haven't seen anyone else's hands come up, to call for a motion. So would anyone like to put forth a motion?
I move to adopt the amendments for the plan, the South Coastal Valley Plan.
Thank you, Director Dujon, Dr. Dujon. Do we have a second?
I second.
Thank you, Dr. Vance. And we had our discussion, so I will now call a vote of all directors, council members. Your options are yes, no, or abstain. Emily, can you now please do a roll call vote?
Yes, thank you. Director Castillo,
She stepped out. She'll be back in about 30 minutes.
Director Bales Molnar,
Yes.
Director Rhodes,
Yes. Sorry, couldn't find my mute.
Director Dujon,
Yes.
Director Bell,
Yes.
Director Vance,
Yes.
Director Brune,
Yes.
Director Chavez Tapia,
Yes.
Director Perez,
No.
Director Larios,
Yes.
Director Potter,
Yes.
Director Wilkinson,
Yes.
Director Weathersby, or Chair Weathersby, sorry.
Yes.
Director Tallarico
Yes.
and Director Wassman.
Yes.
And so the vote is, I'm sorry, my formula isn't quite 13 in favor and 1 opposed. The motion passes.
Thank you. The motion passes, approving this amendment to the SC2V REN plan. Thank you, everyone, for that deep discussion, and I appreciate you all. We are now moving to 5.1, Introduction to Educator Advancement Roadmap, and this is not being called a strategic plan, okay, because ODE has a strategic plan. So I will now hand off to Dr. Karen Perez to introduce our West Ed partners.
Hi, everybody. Hello again. This is a really exciting part of the meeting for me. I've been with the Educator Advancement Council as your executive director for a little bit over a year and a half. And something I know to be true is that we are based on continuous improvement. And so as we think about our current state of the EAC and the future state of the EAC, even before any of the conversations for the short session, the possible elimination of the EAC, we knew that we wanted to continue to improve and really focus on what are the needs of our educators in EAC in Oregon. And educators for the EAC is classified, certified, those that are in educator prep programs, and so the administrators. And so as we were thinking of that, we were fortunate enough to get a contract with West Ed. And West Ed is helping us think about what is our current state of the EAC and the needs of our educators in Oregon and what's the future state. And what's exciting about that for me is that you as a council will be critical partners in this work, as well as our standing directors, and in aligning what each of the different agencies are doing, what ODE is doing, and what the council can support in that work. And so next slide, please. The work we're kicking off today with the help of our partners from West Ed, is going to really help the council fulfill its purpose of elevating educator voice in coordinating priorities and improvement for a statewide system of professional learning. The EAC and the regional education networks were created to bring policymakers, state agency, practitioners like yourselves, particularly educators who are working with students every day together to help the state improve how we support educators as they serve students. The RENs are and the council are part of the feedback loop through which we all work together to improve teaching and learning for students. The council that you'll see on the right fulfills its purpose by convening its members who represent many parts of Oregon, which you represent many parts of the Oregon's education system, and engaging in a process to review available data on the needs of Oregon educators, identifying key priorities for the use of educator advancement funds, and make recommendations to the legislature as well as to state and local agencies relating to educator effectiveness, advancements, and equity. As we think about that, you know that we're elevating educator voice. We have you as the council, we have the RENs, and really this is all for the purpose of improving statewide systems for professional learning for our students. Next slide, please. As you know, the council is on a path this year to implement House Bill 3041 and revisit the needs and priorities of Oregon's educator workforce. The council has successfully revised its operating policies, which sets the foundation for which we can now plan forward. And today we'll begin this process. And over the next several months, the planning process we use will help develop a biannual cycle through which the council can continuously access needs going forward. Next slide, please. Before we get started, we wanted to really take a moment to look backwards at the last time the council actually completed a strategic planning process. That was 7 years ago. The council was focused on launching just the initial launch and just getting started. And there they identified 3 strategic imperatives. 1 was to establish and implement educator networks, which those are the RENs. 2, develop an equitable funding model reaching all areas of the state. So those are the grants that we're putting out. And then building awareness of the EAC and the networks. And that's work that we're continuously doing. In many ways, the council and its partners have actually succeeded in fulfilling these imperatives that were put out back in 2019. But we know there's still a lot of work to be done to meet the workforce needs and the goals of our state. We are now in a different context, and it's important that we re-articulate what the focus of the council will be to serve the educators and students. We have as a state those initial priorities, the governor's priorities around accountability and supports for educators within that accountability framework. We have the ODE strategic plan that's also focused on early literacy. This council has spoken over and over about the needs of mentoring, and we're here to do this work with you. And then over the next few months, regardless of what happens in the short session, we will have a plan for what Oregon needs for professional development for our educators and for our state. So I'm really excited to introduce and hand it over now to Tomas Molfino from West Ed and his team, who are going to lead us through this conversation for about the next hour. We'll start the conversation now, and then we'll continue for about an hour. We'll have a couple other presentations, and then we're hoping that you can stay after the lunch break to continue the conversation and go deeper with this workforce development plan roadmap. Tomas, I'll be handing over to you.
Great. Thank you so much, Dr. Perez, and really happy to be with you all this morning. My name is Tomas Molfino. I'm a program manager at West Ed, and I'm leading the Educator Advancement Roadmap work on the West Ed side that we'll be talking about today. A little bit about me. My formative background is as a process engineer. And then I transitioned into education as a high school math teacher, and I've since worked in the technical assistance space, aligning strategic planning with continuous improvement systems and strategic resource use with LEAs and SEAs. And there's a team of us that will be working alongside of you over the coming months. Two of them are here today, my colleagues Dana Grayson and Brian Hemberg. I'll let them introduce themselves, and then Brian will share a bit more about who we are at WestEd. So Dana, I pass it over to you.
Thanks, Tomas. Hi, I'm Dana Grayson. I'm WestEd's Director of Teacher Workforce Systems. In that role, I support states across the country in state-level teacher workforce strategic planning, and I'm also a former public school teacher myself. My role today will really be to bring that national policy and research lens to the discussion, and I will also support co-facilitation of some of our activities with Tomas. I will pass it over to Brian to introduce himself.
Hello, everyone. My name is Brian Hemberg. I'm a senior director at WestEd. I also serve as the Oregon State lead, coordinating all of WestEd's work within the state, ensuring that there's coherence between initiatives at the local and state level. And I've been working a lot in the state lately around the state initiatives like early literacy and adolescent literacy, and happy to be here today. WestEd is a nonpartisan research development and service organization. We're a national organization. We have offices across the country. And our work that we do is focused on promoting excellence, improving learning, and increasing opportunity for children, youth, and adults. We do a variety of work, but a good frame for thinking about how WestEd provides support is around research evaluation, professional learning, and technical assistance. And we really focus on using evidence and data to improve policies, systems, and practices through technical assistance and professional learning. Next slide, please. We're very fortunate as an organization to have strong partnerships throughout the state of Oregon, both at the local level, the regional level, and the state level. And we're supported by staff at WestEd who are based in Oregon and connected to a national network. WestEd sees its mission as closely aligned with Oregon's own priorities and vision for educators and students. And our work is always in service of the goals of Oregon's leaders and communities. You can see some of the initiatives that WestEd is engaged with on the slide. In addition to supporting the current strategic planning effort, WestEd has supported the state in developing implementation resources and tools around their early literacy framework and their adolescent literacy framework. We also work directly with districts and ESDs on their literacy initiatives and leadership and continuous improvement initiatives. And we serve the state through our national centers as well. For example, WestEd operates the Regional Education Lab Northwest, which provides free technical and research assistance to states around their state level initiatives. And another project that WestEd is working with Oregon on that I want to highlight, that we want to highlight is the Regional Education Network evaluation, or REN evaluation. And I'll pass it back to Tomas.
Yeah, thanks, Brian. So just elevating this additional collaboration with the EAC in particular, because it relates to the roadmap work that we'll be doing. Some colleagues of ours will be kickstarting this work soon, the purpose of which is to build an understanding of what makes RENs impactful and then empower the EAC to scale that impact. You'll be hearing more about this again over the coming months, but just a brief introduction is that they will be creating tools to understand what impact RENs are having, then use those tools to evaluate the RENs to ultimately improve implementation and reporting. So our objectives today, we've got the next 50 minutes or so And what we want to do is anchor the conversation in what research says are the most effective state policies to ensure that Oregon students have access to effective, well-supported educators. And we'll be engaging you all to help begin to build our understanding of the current state. We'll be asking you what's working well from your perspective and experience and where there are opportunities for improvement. So you can start mulling that over as I go through the next couple of slides. And that'll help build kind of a systems map. And then from there is where does the EAC best plug in? What are the highest leverage opportunities to strengthen Oregon's workforce system? So I'm going to start off introducing the process that we plan to facilitate through the Educator Advancement Roadmap, share some research-backed state policies, and then engage in a couple activities with you all to solicit your feedback and perspectives. So when we say Educator Advancement Roadmap, Dr. Brittes mentioned how the last time there was a strategic planning-like effort was 7 years ago. And so we'll be looking to re-articulate the mission and vision. So what is the purpose of the work of this council and its broader programs, establish clear goals and metrics, and then give this council a structure to support cross-agency collaboration. There'll be largely 3 inputs into the work of developing this roadmap. The first is understanding the educator initiatives across the state. So what are the different agencies doing that is responsible for supporting educator workforce? There are many different players that ultimately build the educator experience. State benchmark analysis. So what are other states doing in this space? And then perception data. This is largely looking at data that already exists and has been captured, but it's what are folks saying about what educators need and how effective the EAC has been in meeting those needs. I think our role at WestEd is to be a facilitator of this process. And we see ourselves as in direct partnership with you all and state agency leaders to guide and drive this work. And that starts today. So here is a rough work plan of how these 3 different inputs ultimately lead up to the work of the Educator Advancement Roadmap. So on the Oregon Educator Initiative side, we'll be learning more about what the current state of that is. State benchmark analysis, we'll be looking across comparative state policies. We'll then be collecting data. And then that'll create a gap analysis for us, meaning what are the things that currently exist that are working well, where are there opportunities that the EAC can plug into, and then develop an actionable plan as a result of that. And so today, this morning, Dr. Brittes mentioned how we've got the next, this chunk of time here to start the work, and then we have another about hour and a half in the afternoon. So this morning, as I was previewing, we hope to begin to map Oregon's educator workforce system. And then this afternoon, kind of dig a little deeper into that, reflecting on how the EAC is best positioned to provide that support and provide feedback on our work plan. I see a hand is raised, Director Brune.
Tomas, for sharing. This timeline kind of reminds me of a conversation we've had in the council before around a workforce survey and some pros and cons in trying to move forward with that. So feel free to table this question, I guess, but I just wasn't sure if that might come up today in terms of a workforce survey and the timing for that. So the timeline just you have on the screen right now reminded me of that, where we were discussing as a body in the fall around what's the best timing and best process for distributing that kind of survey, gathering data. So I'm just curious if that might be an explicit partnership with WestEd in that kind of data, or that might be something, maybe for Dr. Perez to speak to. But I knew that was kind of a wondering for me as a director is, oh, sweet, maybe WestEd is kind of helping partner in kind of amplifying that kind of conduit because we didn't have the best participation in our last school cycle with that survey.
Yeah, I can take that one, Tomas. Director Byrne, the survey is an ODE survey that goes statewide. So it's something that the ODE staff of the EAC supports with, but it's not directly like something that the council directs. So it's actually directed through legislation, and we support the staff, ODE staff of the EAC supports, and it's Office of Radar Information Research Assessment. I'm going to forget what the acronym is, but it's our data arm of the ODE that runs that survey. So it's two separate, but we will be getting input. Tomas, and I see Representative McLean. Is that to address your question, I think. Right.
And just to quickly add to that, we will have time in this afternoon to speak to what data exists, how can we leverage that existing data or new data in pursuit of implementing these strategies. And so I could imagine that would be a place to talk further about the survey.
And
yes,
thank you, Brian. It's the Office of Research Assessment, Data, and Accountability for radar and research. Representative McLean.
Oh, thank you. First of all, I'm sorry we interrupted you, but these are just thoughts that come in when you're interested in the presentation, okay? So number one, and I also have to go to my own meetings, so I won't be here this afternoon. So I want to make a comment that I really appreciate what the last director just said, because there's a balance between data and what OEA does, and also what the RENs are doing and what the active teachers in the classroom are thinking. So that survey or a comment like that is really important to keep the balance between top down and just reviewing data and folks who are in the classroom with the students and know what they need and also know what they want in the way of professional growth. So it's not just an accountability exercise, it's also a development exercise. So that was really an editorial and not a question, but thank you.
Welcome questions and editorials. So thank you for that. I will say we are not going to get into the guiding principles behind the work, but just to name one per this most recent comment is elevating the voices of those closest to the work. That is what, among a few other principles, is what will be driving how we engage. Any other questions or comments? Okay. To Dr. Brittis's point earlier, we want to make sure alignment across the work that is being done and the priorities set by the governor's office. And so we know that the state has a set of priorities, and ODE is completing their respective strategic plan that is meant to help operationalize the state priorities. And what we know, both I'm sure through our personal and collective experiences, but also what the research says is the teacher workforce is a necessary component to ensure that both the state priorities and ODE strategic plan are implemented with a sense of integrity. And so that creates urgency for the and import for the work that we are already doing. Not only for alignment, but because we know that a thriving teacher workforce is critical. Teachers are the #1 in-school factor influencing student outcomes. We know that states, this governing body, and its associated agencies create the enabling systemic conditions to have teachers thrive. And what is a critical component that the research shows is the necessity for cross-agency collaboration, which I think is one of the most unique, important factors of this council and its structure. And yet there are challenges across these different spaces, and we see this across the country. Interest in teaching is an all-time low, really high levels of teacher attrition. Teacher prep enrollment is down by 250,000 across the country over the last decade. We have a significant proportion of educators who are not fully certified. We've got, as a result, underprepared teachers more likely to leave the profession, kind of perpetuating the cycle. And one of those factors being lack of access to professional learning. And so this is where I think And as you all know, the EAC has the opportunity to play a really critical role. It's a privilege to be speaking to such diverse set of leaders representing the continuum of educators. And what I want to call upon as we engage in this work, elevating some of the statutes that are called out in your charter as well, that this is a convening body of education stakeholders that are meant to coordinate priorities across the state to support educators from pre-K to post-secondary education. And so is with that lens that I hope we engage in our activities today. And I want to anchor some of those activities in the educator advancement continuum that I find to be really helpful. And I see this somewhat as a theory. If we support educators across recruitment, preparation, support for when they are novice educators, we then help them grow professionally and advance their careers, we'll have a thriving teacher workforce, which will impact student outcomes positively. And what we've done, and I'll ask my colleague Dana to chat in this resource that I believe was shared with you all last week as well, is we've mapped on a set of research-backed strategies to your continuum. So this continuum shows where research-backed policies can be implemented. These come from a talent development framework that was developed by the Center on Great Teachers and Leaders. It was developed with funding from the U.S. Department of Education, and it represents a synthesis of what we know works to build a strong educator workforce. My colleague Dana actually was part of the leadership team at the Center on Great Teachers and Leaders when this was being developed, and we have found this to be a really helpful framework to anchor the discussions on educator workforce. Where did this come from? The research came when observing that states often approach educator quality through somewhat siloed initiatives. So we might have federal requirements that come down in different spaces. There are legislative actions. There might be reform trends that occur. And as a result, there might be siloed initiatives that, as an educator, experiences as separate and disconnected. So you might have new evaluation systems that don't connect with professional learning or certification requirements that might not align with what prep programs teach, or recruitment efforts that might be disconnected with what keeps teachers in the classrooms. And so what this framework helps to tee up is not only seeing these different components individually, but what if we see them as part of a coherent system? And so they're identified, just a bit more background, by analyzing what has worked in education, other talent-dependent fields, and of course, these are interdependent. And so I find it really helpful to map it onto the continuum that you already have. So for example, if we have limited pathways into teaching, it'll be difficult to be selective in teacher preparation programs. If preparation is not strong, you might spend more time on induction and mentoring. If professional learning has areas of growth, you might struggle with retention, and it circles back. And so this helps us bring that systems lens to the work. And so again, as we work through today's activities, I encourage you to think of these both individually as levers that you can pull, but also how they might be connected to one another. And so we're about to transition into our first activity here. And what I'd like you to do is put on kind of your representative hat. Each of you have a different role in this educator workforce space. And so thinking about both your personal experiences and perhaps the constituents that you represent, thinking about what's working and what needs attention across our educator system. And to do that, we're going to engage in a Padlet. What we hope to do in this Padlet is, again, map out from your perspective what are the state's current strengths and areas of opportunity to improve the teacher workforce across this continuum. I'll preview now what you see here is the what, why, and the how. We'll focus first on the what. This is helping us map out the system. What is working? What can be improved? In a couple of minutes, my colleague Dana will facilitate a bit of the why discussion. Why are these things that we're elevating here in this activity areas of focus? And then we're going to focus on the how, particularly in our afternoon session, meaning how can the EAC leverage these strengths or improve upon these opportunities? And so what I'll ask you to do in this activity, and I'll Dana, if you could add in the Padlet chat, and I'll model what this could look like. Add in posts. Do one of two things: either add your own post of a strength or an opportunity from your experience, or number two, if you see a post that you like, you can like that post. And so let me pull up what the Padlet looks like. So on the left-hand side here are the instructions again. Here we have just two examples. So for example, if you have maybe more of a state policy perspective, you might say, hey, I've had experience with Grow Your Owns. I've seen them really expand the pipeline. We've seen 3,700 educators gain their credentials. Maybe if you are on the practitioner side, you might have experienced, hey, I've had a lot of first-year teachers leave after their first year in my school or district. So again, these are entirely examples. To add your own, you can either click the plus button down here or just directly one of the pluses here. So if I have something I want to say about professional growth and development, I hit the plus. In subject, please write either strength or opportunity. Here you could put your explanation, and then you can hit publish. When you hit publish, you will be prompted to change your name. While I do like to think of myself as a friendly auditor, I would encourage you to write director and then just your last name, and then you can hit post. Feel free to just add the post that you see fit, and also use the reference document that we've shared as guidance as to what we mean by each of these 5 different spaces across the continuum.
Tomas, about how much time will we have for this activity?
Yep, we will have, we are running a little bit behind, so we will take between about 5 minutes or so.
Okay.
Are there any other questions before we let loose? All right. So please take the next 5 minutes or so to add in your posts or like other posts. And if for whatever reason you're unable to access the Padlet or are by phone, feel free to chat in your response and then we will add it to the Padlet. It's been about 5 minutes, but I see a lot of engagement, so I want to make sure folks have the time. Maybe I like to fist of 5. Zeros, you're good to go. 1 more minute, 2 more minutes. Maybe we can do up to 3 more minutes. I'm seeing 1 more minute. Maybe we do about 2 more minutes. Feel free to add multiple posts, so please don't feel limited to just one. In this last minute, wrap up your thought and take a minute to read through other people's responses. This will not be the last time we are soliciting y'all's perspectives on the current state, but this is just meant to give us some grounding to start our work.
And as you said, Tomas, if you're reading over other people's Padlet entries, feel free to click on the heart if it's something that speaks to you in the seat that you hold on this council or in your experience.
All right, thank you all. Before moving on, would want to engage in just a quick reflection, and you can feel free to chat in a response or just come off mute and chime in. As you look across people's responses, is there anything that surprised you, or is there anything that you saw that you felt affirmed in your experience?
I did not disagree with anything that was written. Good job, everyone.
Thank you. Any other reflections? Okay. So as I was previewing, again, thank you for your engagement thus far. This is helping us, I think, lay the groundwork for not only our upcoming activities to help paint a picture of our map, but it gives just our roadmap direction going forward. And so we've shared kind of these 13 different components across the spectrum, and we'll be referring back to this over the coming weeks and months. I just want to take a few minutes here to highlight 3 of them that I think are particularly relevant to the work that the EAC does, and I think are closely related to many of the comments or posts that I saw. And that is pathways into the profession, induction and mentoring, and professional learning. So professional learning, what does the research say? While we're talking about ongoing growth throughout the educator's career, building skill development, and the research distinguishes between PD that works and that which is perhaps less effective. So we know one-off workshops have far less impact than sustained job-embedded professional learning that's tied to classroom practice. And we know that this kind of professional learning improves teacher efficacy, instructional quality, improves working conditions, and increases teacher retention. We know the REN supports a lot of this professional growth and development. 10,000 educators are engaged annually across 170 different districts to provide coherent, sustained professional learning. And as we mentioned earlier, there will be a concurrent evaluation project into the RENs to learn about what's working about their approach and what can be scaled and improved. Pathways into the profession. This refers to how we recruit and develop the next generation of educators, Grow Your Own being one of the most evidence-backed approaches. So research shows that Grow Your Own participants are more likely to be educators of color, more likely to stay in the profession long-term, and to fill hard-to-staff positions, including rural schools, which I also saw elevated in the Padlet. And we know that this is the case because we're recruiting from folks who already have roots in their communities, and they're not transplants that might be moving after a few years. And so this has been what I understand to be the foundation behind Grow Your Own investments, building local pipelines that reflect Oregon's diverse communities to keep educators where they're needed most. Teacher diversity has doubled over the last decade. That has been due to a myriad of factors, Grow Your Own being a part of that. And we will be learning more about the Grow Your Own network in the session after this one. And lastly, induction and mentoring. This is about what happens in those first critical years of teaching. And the research shows that quality mentoring leads to higher retention, stronger instructional practice, and measurable gains in student achievement. We also know what quality mentorship and induction looks like, using trained mentors, dedicated time, and thoughtful matching processes. And the EAC's mentorship programs, which I also saw elevated in the Padlet, have led to 91% of teacher participants and 96% of mentors reporting increased confidence. And we too will hear more about the mentorship program, I think, later today. We're now going to engage in, I think, part 2 of this Padlet activity. Before doing that, I was inspired in looking back at one of your recent council meetings where you were prompted to consider what impact you'd like to have and what inspires you to serve on the council. Because I think this is a really helpful mindset to engage, to use as we engage in the next activity. And so I saw that you all were looking to ensure that equity continues, elevate the profession of teaching, and diversifying the future workforce by way of strong collaboration, ensuring that you're elevating your voice in statewide conversations to be part of transformational change. And so it's with that lens that I turn us to our second activity here this morning, where we'll be focused on the why. So we just had some time to think about the what's working, what are areas of opportunities. Next is why. So why are these either particularly impactful or particularly feasible? And I will let Dana facilitate this activity.
Thanks, Tomas. I'm just going to share my screen and take us back to the Padlet that we were in just a moment ago. So in this next activity, we're going to go back to some of the strengths and opportunities for improvement from the first activity and start to consider 2 dimensions to help us consider the why, and then start to inform kind of potential prioritization of the EAC's efforts. So first, think about impact. So this means really considering the extent to which this issue or effort addresses a clearly identified need in the field and whether addressing the issue would have a substantial positive impact on teachers and the students that they serve. And then the second is thinking about feasibility. So for this dimension, we want to be thinking about the extent to which this issue is within the locus of control of the EAC and kind of state level actors to address. This is also a space where we might consider factors like current funding, current alignment of the issue to state priorities. And so as we do this next activity, we're going to look at the Padlet, which you can see here on the screen. And we're going to use the comments feature, which we have now turned on. You'll see an example comment underneath this example strength here, if you can see my cursor. And you can choose to comment on many, comment on one, comment on the number that you have that you really feel like reflects your perspective and your position within the system, to add your reflection on the impact and the feasibility of the issue or the effort in the original post. So we'll give some time to reflect on that, and then we'll invite some discussion on the posting. How much time do we have, Tomas? I know you may have adjusted a little.
Yeah, I think we have about 8 to 10 minutes. So take your time.
Perfect. So folks can begin now. I guess any questions before we shift? All right, let's go right ahead and start adding your comments. Just going to give folks a 2-minute heads up. And we recognize there's a lot on the screen here, and we are going to continue talking more about this in the afternoon session. So fear not, we will come back to these ideas. Love seeing these comments considering feasibility related to sustainability and scale up, and considering what data would be needed to understand impact. Just take a last moment to comment. Okay, let's come back together. Feel free to finish typing as we start to come back together in a group. And we're going to just reflect for a moment. You'll see Tomas has put a couple of reflection questions up on the screen. Take a look across the responses. What do you really notice or wonder, or what did you find to be clearer or potentially more complicated as you tried to think about prioritization as it relates to impact and feasibility? I just invite folks to come off mute and share their thinking.
What I have noticed, and this is probably across many things that I do that are sort of like this, is that the ideas, the research, the lived experiences are there, but that our state and districts don't always align with best practices, and we don't always have staff to get the things in that need to actually be there for our students and our educators. And so really, truly, I think this space, ESE, has sort of put into the gap some of the things that educators do need. And yeah, in this day and age, that's coming into question if these things will continue, and what are we going to be providing rather than punishing, right? I liked, I forgot whose comment it was on the accountability. Yeah, so I think it's frustrating, right? It's frustrating.
Thank you, Director Weathersby. Other reflections or reactions?
I think this is Director Brune just saying, I think it's nice to have this Padlet as like a portal to tap back into in terms of the how. So just knowing a lot of us in our roles can speak directly to the procedures of going from like a theory of change into the actual experience of that or lack thereof. So just appreciate Wested kind of providing this kind of landing page for us to loop back to.
Thanks, Director Brune. We'll also be doing some synthesis of what's in this Padlet during the lunch break and bringing it back for some further consideration for those who are able to stay for the work group meeting this afternoon. Any other reactions or reflections before we transition? All right, Tomas, do you want to transition us into the next part? We really appreciate how engaged and everyone was in the Padlet activities. I feel like we have a lot of really great, rich content and reflection to work with as we move into this afternoon. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks. And so just to close out, give you some insight as to where we're headed across these different lines of work. So as far as understanding educator initiatives, one of the things within the state, what we'll be doing is taking a closer look at the Padlet and reflections from this afternoon's conversation, begin scheduling interviews with you all and with other state agency leaders to dig deeper into the strengths and opportunities and the EAC's role therein. On the state benchmark analysis side, we're going to begin researching comparable state policies and share initial findings, and then analyzing extant perception data. We'll then update our work plan accordingly. And so this afternoon, what we'll be doing is, as Dana was previewing, helping to make a bit more sense out of all of the comments that you all put together to give us a sense of where the EAC is best positioned to lead to maximize impact. We'll introduce some additional framing around levers that as state leaders you can pull to enact change. And then I'll ask for some specific guidance around these different pieces. So we'll solicit feedback from you all on how we should be targeting our time in these different spaces. Before we close out this section, any final questions or comments from you all?
This is Director Duchamp. I really look forward to the final roadmap, or as we develop the roadmap, I am particularly going to be attentive to the ways we collaborate across agencies and across partners. So that collaboration element, I think, really allows us to leverage what we're trying to achieve.
Thank you for that. And that's a really helpful preview into this afternoon. We'll be presenting 4 levers. One of them is around collaboration. So we'll be able to dig deeper into what that might look like. I have here just our contact information. If you're unable to stay in the afternoon, feel free to reach out to any of us now, over the coming weeks, over the coming months, as any additional thoughts, insights, questions, concerns come up. We welcome all communication. And so with that, I transition it back to Dr. Bedes.
Yeah, thank you so much, Tomas and team. It's exciting for me to see you all putting all those pieces into the Padlet, because we are creating that next step. So I feel like our ancestors, like our, not in some of, not ancestors, but like our, all the folks that came before I even joined the council or became the executive director had this vision for this work. And they, we saw that their initial part was establishing and implementing the educator networks, which we have done. We developing that equitable funding model for reaching all areas of the state, which we've accomplished through the RENs as well. And then building that awareness in the EAC and the networks. And then, right now, you as a counselor are taking it to that next level. And so your input and basing this on research and what is needed, best practices is right where we need to be and, where we need to center our work as we look to supporting and continue to support our educators in Oregon. Chair Weatherby, we are going to move into, right now, we wanted to also bring back the Grow Your Own Network work that we have done, and we'll do that for about 30 minutes of information. Would it be okay, Chair, if I introduce them now?
Yep, and hand it off back to you.
Okay, great. So for the council in 2025, New America partnered with ODE and EAC to pilot a statewide network of Grow Your Own educator programs as a learning community where Grow Your Own programs could connect and share resources, best practices, and strategies to address challenges New America has contributed research and best practices approaches with state education agencies across the country with Grow Your Own programs in their national network. And we are pleased to have one of the researchers and facilitators with us today to share about the pilot project of Oregon Grow Your Own Networks. So Jason, if you can come on screen. It's
Yep.
exciting for you to be here today and to be able to share this work with our council. So I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for holding here with me. So my name is Jason Greenberg Motamedi. I am not from New America. I'm from Education Northwest. Yeah, here in Portland. But I'm representing my colleague Amaya Garcia, who's from New America in Washington. So we jointly facilitated the Oregon Grow Your Own GYO network. And I want to share a little bit about what the network was, what its purpose was, and what some of the goals and lessons learned were from the network. Really briefly, Grow Your Own GYO is a teacher recruitment and preparation strategy. It's really focused on developing and retaining teachers from the local community. And very importantly, it relies on reciprocal relationships between institutions of higher ed, teacher preparation programs, community organizations, and local school districts. If you could move to the next slide, please. Thank you. So the Oregon network came out of work which Amaya Garcia and New America started about 5 years ago. In 2021, Amaya and New America Fellows, myself included, launched a national Grow Your Own network with 11 programs. Director Potter was actually was representing one of those programs at the time. In 2023, a second cohort joined. In that case, there were 4 different Oregon programs. The feedback and anecdotal evidence that we received from the national network was very, very positive and provided both room and suggestions for growth. The extent to which our lessons, and we wanted to understand the extent to which our lessons and methods would be transferable to another context. We had been watching what was developing in Oregon and felt it was the ideal place for us to really sort of launch this project. One of the learnings that we had with the national network was that different policy contexts made for very different programs. So Amaya reached out to the ODE, in this case to the Educator Advancement Council, about developing a state network. We invited all 29 of the Grow Your Own grantees to participate, with the caveat that they had to participate. If they were going to participate, they had to attend all of the meetings. In the end, 22 of the programs participated, with a few programs sending multiple staff to participate. Next slide, please. There were 3 basic purposes of the network. The first was to really build the capacity of the programs to identify and implement effective practices. The second was to create a structure of programs where they could learn from one another. And the third, which is not here mentioned, but it's also very important, was to build Grow Your Own knowledge and research, understanding what works for Grow Your Own programs, and specifically what works in different contexts, what works across all of those contexts, and what seems to be much more place-based. Next slide, please. Thank you. So why a network? Why specifically did we want to do a network? These are mostly learnings that Amaya and I had from the National Grow Your Own Network, which we then sort of tested in Oregon with the Oregon Grow Your Own Network. First, programs had very, very similar goals and very, very similar challenges. They described, as we spoke with them, they all described very, very similar reasons for adopting Grow Your Own models, primarily to ensure that teachers shared the same characteristics and as their students, whether they're linguistic or racial, as well as sort of place-based characteristics, and also that they had the skills that they need and the knowledge that they needed to be effective teachers. He also described a very, very similar need from data and learning from others, as well as advocacy, sharing with others. So one of the things that we know about Grow Your Own is that a lot of the parts, the components of Grow Your Own seem research-based, right? They're effective, they show effectiveness, but those are all isolated. So when you put all of these things together and you call it Grow Your Own, which of those are effective? And what makes Grow Your Own effective as itself? So that was one of the questions that we had. So if you could move on to the next slide. So what were the goals of Oregon's Grow Your Own network for the participants? There were three big goals for the participants. The first was developing partnerships. So a lot of these partnerships had already been developed, but really coordinating them, making sure that, for example, partnerships between educator preparation programs and districts were full, and that there was discussion happening between them, and that these were essentially a meeting of equals, and that all partners were able to contribute to the partnership. The second was strengthening data systems to really understand the extent to which these programs are successful in meeting their own goals. So that involves supporting tracking candidates, tracking their characteristics, watching recruitment and completion, as well as replacement and retention. So really sort of tracking participants out through time, whether that's qualitative or quantitative data. And finally, supporting evaluation to assess the impact both on individual candidate experiences. So how did individual candidates experience the program, as well as the regional or local educator workforce needs and development of those. So is Grow Your Own actually contributing to an increased number of local teachers? Next slide, please. So the network itself consisted of 5 virtual learning sessions in 2025. I'll sort of talk about what each of those were in a second. But I think it's really important to say that the topics were participant driven. We created a system where we reached out after each of the meetings to say, what more do you need? What's next? So we really tried to sort of model continuous improvement with the participants and really allow them to drive both the content and the structure of the sessions. As I mentioned, Amaya and I facilitated the sessions, the 5 sessions, but we brought in regional and national experts to help support that for areas in which our knowledge was limited. Finally, we really structured everything around collaborative presentation and then discussion. So really focused on the specific programs, allowing programs to use their own models as examples for what's working or what the challenges are. And again, sharing those lessons learned and effective practices for targeting both program and network improvement. Next slide, please. Thanks. So our first session was really the only one that wasn't participant driven, which was January. It was essentially a group of presentations where each, sorry, lights go out in this room. Each of the Grow Your Own programs were able to present on their own program and sort of have a discussion of both challenges and strengths for the program. And we were able to use those discussions to sort of launch onto what our next 4 sessions would be. The next session in February was on program evaluation and research, introducing what we know about Grow Your Own, which of the specific program components are research-based, what's the research, and what does it all look like together, and what are the structures that we can evaluate Grow Your Own programs by. The next one was data security and privacy. We brought in Danielle Edwards from Old Dominion University to talk about very specifically about privacy and security issues. How do you protect the data? How do you ensure that you're releasing the data to the right people? And what does all of that look like? In April, we did a session on candidate recruitment and retention, primarily run by Amaya. And then finally, we had some of our colleagues from WestEd run a session on funding sustainability in May. So next slide, please. So what are our learnings? What did we get from this? As I mentioned, we tried to model a continuous improvement by collecting feedback through surveys and targeted conversations after each session. So we would sort of develop a protocol in which we would ask a few of the participants to either hang back or meet with us at a later time to talk about what went well and what's next, as well as what could be improved. So we compiled this along with other feedback and put together a set of learnings and recommendations. Our first learning, and this wasn't a surprise, was that networking is vital and we could never really give enough time for it. We structured breakout groups either by individual role or by program. So for example, grouping rural GYOs together or university program coordinators together. We tried to provide at least half of all of the synchronous sessions to small groups and networking, but it always felt like we needed more. We also found that the longest we could go was about 90 minutes before people started dropping off. So there was limited time that we could provide, and we did the best. We also learned that facilitation was vital to those breakout groups. Again, no surprise, but either providing prompts or a facilitator was truly vital to them. Next one. Next slide. Yeah, thank you. We also learned, again, not much of a surprise here, that the programs really face many of the same challenges. Those involved, from what we heard, either data, again, as I mentioned, primarily data security and privacy, or recruiting participants. Some of the challenges were unique. For example, student teaching in rural areas, while others, recruitment in general, were pretty universal. Finally, and maybe most importantly, it was clear that all the programs struggled in financial and federal uncertainty. The grant structure year by year was really difficult to negotiate when teacher prep programs almost always take more than 1 year. So to what extent can you promise a scholarship throughout those 18 months to takes for them to finish. So financial sustainability is critical, and I don't feel like we got anywhere near answers to achieve it. So as always, we always say more research is needed. Next slide. We also came up with a few recommendations to really strengthen the Grow Your Own network. And again, these are recommendations. The Grow Your Own network was paused. We had a pilot, and it's unclear currently the extent to which the network will continue. We have some recommendations for moving forward. And the first was launch a network with an in-person convening. We all know that trust is best built face-to-face, and that having the collaborative work in a virtual setting was very convenient, but it was difficult for folks to really engage up front without being able to see the folks in front of them. So really engage in an in-person convening where folks can get to know and trust one another. Second, utilize both asynchronous and synchronous sessions. There was probably too much sit and get, where we would spend the first 30 to 45 minutes of each session providing background, which was necessary to engage in some of the topics before discussion. So that didn't necessarily need to be synchronous. And so one of the lessons that we learned was if we provide a 30-minute video of someone speaking, providing the background, that increased the amount of time that we could network and really sort of fed the discussions. Another learning was that the network and the Grow Your Own grant really needed to engage the regional education networks, the RENs, specifically stronger connections and collaboration within different regions. Again, this was really strong in the rural regions and other communities within the state. So next slide. Thank you. Other recommendations include clear roles and responsibilities for Grow Your Own network partners, and really specifically helping them understand what's the role of a university prep program, what's the role of a based organization, what's the role of a district, and how do they all collaborate to create a joint program and a joint pathway. And finally, to make learning sessions cohesive and targeted, we set a whole different series of topics that we discussed throughout the year. We felt like next time we do this, really to focus on a single critical topic, to really explore it in great detail and allow the districts to sort of come to solution rather than questions. Next slide. Thank you. We also have a series of recommendations to strengthen Grow Your Own efforts across Oregon. First, providing clear definitions. And one of the issues that we kept running into was grantees needed a clear definition and a process for counting participants. A lot of the programs shared participants. One was being supported by one participant was being supported by multiple programs, and it was unclear who owned that participant. So ongoing discussion of both what a Grow Your Own program is, as well as how do you count participants. And again, that's really relevant for understanding what the impact of both the programs as well as the network might be. There's always room for growth in terms of data and evaluation. Really collecting and aggregating those impact data to understand how many participants, how many people participated in the Grow Your Own programs, how many of them finished, and incredibly important, how many of them are still teaching, right? Year after year after year. And really to support programs to evaluate their own outcomes. Sustainability has got to be a central focus for these. And one thing that we found over and over again is incredibly important is being able to engage Grow Your Own programs in advocacy efforts. Whether that's internal advocacy, to be able to go to a university dean and be able to share what the program is, or whether it's advocacy to a school board or maybe on a state level. So those are the keys to, at least as we found, keys to sustainability in our minds. Next slide, please. Partnerships can always be expanded. The key to a Grow Your Own program, we believe, is really in partnerships. And other partners other than, typically these were educator preparation programs and districts. So bringing in educator labor unions might be a great place to start. Bringing in other community partners to really support these programs and understand where they're going. State priorities need to be aligned with both the work of Grow Your Own grantees and the Grow Your Own grant itself so that the program flourishes. And finally, supporting the teacher preparation continuum. Grow Your Own frequently focuses on the recruitment and the hiring aspects of that teacher continuum, but kind of gives up when it comes to retention, right? Say, oh yeah, that's not what we're doing anymore. So really critical to keep that continuum in and to really sort of support that full career continuum from identification to training to recruitment to preparation and to retention, and then bringing those folks back in again into district and school leadership. So again, that entire retention. That's you can move the next slide, but that's it for me. That's what I had. I managed to do it in 21 minutes. So yes, Director Brun.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we have time for questions, but I was just curious, given the national research that you're engaged in and the team is I'm just curious as far as how Oregon, if there's similarities between what we're cultivating with Grow Your Own in Oregon and other states, what's similar, what might be different?
I would say that many of the state, I assume we've got a couple minutes. Is that correct?
Yep, go ahead.
Colin?
Yep.
Okay.
We have until
Uh,
30 after, if we can just have like 2 minutes at the end. This is time
Absolutely.
for discussion and conversation.
Thank you. I think one of the things that I said really early on was having a sort of consistent policy environment is really important to be able to understand how these programs develop. Oregon's policy environment is a little different than a lot of other districts. It's maybe like sort of that West Coast thing where there's a lot of sort of some direction, there's some guidance from above, some funding from above, but the way we end up doing it is sort of given a fair bit of freedom. A lot of other states are very, very rigid about what constitutes a grow your own and where they get through. So I would say that Oregon has that sort of West Coast local control, I guess, would be the way of putting it. And so and that's the sort of policy context, which makes Oregon a little different. And so there was if you look at Minnesota, for example, what a Minnesota Grow Your Own looks like, it is quite a bit more rigid than what an Oregon Grow Your Own looks like. So there's a lot more flexibility. And at the same time, it's a little bit difficult to sort of balance what it is and what it's not. So it was one of those definitions. Yeah. So I would say that that's it. We had a great there were a lot of similarities in the program, but again, it's really that, as you said, allergy of bureaucracy that sort of ran through it. Did that answer your question?
And I have a little something to add. I think from what I know to be true in Oregon too, from what Jason was saying, we have different pieces of policy that say that this pathways are important in Oregon, but there isn't legislation that says we have to have grow your owns. And in that sense and there's no connection to like actual funding that's like this is sustainable funding over time. So what you've seen is funding for our grow your owns that is for the biennium and then the next biennium. And what we're currently in is that there's currently funding for the grow your owns until 2027. That's what was passed in legislation and no more funding after that. So we were asked to, as the ODE staff of the EAC, to work with each of the grow your owns to stair step them down. So each of the dollars that we have right now to connected to a grow your own is really connected to a person that's finalizing their program. We've had since 2020, the Oregon legislature has invested in the grow your own grants to support Oregon educator pathways and to build those partnerships with our K-12 district and post-secondary institutions. And these efforts have strengthened recruitment and retention in our state. And to date, more than 1,000 grow your own participants have earned their TSPC license, and another 500 are on track to earn their licensure in 2027. What we're currently facing is in this short session from March 2nd to February 2nd to March 9th is that has been proposed, there's a proposal that the second year of the biennium not be funded for the Grow Your Own. So we're watching very closely what happens in this short session to see our hope, obviously, as your hope, I'm sure, is that the Grow Your Own second year of the biennium would be funded. Each dollar is connected to a person in a program currently that's being supported. And in addition to that, what Jason was saying around the flexibility that has been created in our state, in that local control and allowing the Grow Your Owns to kind of build their own program. We've also been, the ODE staff of the EAC has been accompanying that with research. We want to make sure that our practices are not every, Grow Your Own is meeting some of the expectations that we would hope. And so we worked really closely with them and have also partnered with the University of California, Irvine, Dr. Emily Penner and her team to look at the impacts of the Grow Your Owns. And specifically right now, we're ready to working again with UC Irvine and Dr. Emily Penner and her team to see how to get some qualitative, like a qualitative study on the experience of non-licensed school employees pursuing licensure through the Oregon's Grow Your Own program. So we're looking really at, yes, we have the flexibility, but how do we really get that return on investment for our state, and specifically doing the research to accompany the work so that we can have the data to show Director Perez and the rest of the council of like really what are the outcomes, what are the metrics we're trying to meet. And then if we were to, in my dream world and probably all our dream worlds, we'd have funding, a future funding in the next biennium for Grow Your Owns. With funding cuts, I don't know if that will be true, but really these partnerships that Jason was talking about have also been there to support the learning, the cross learning between around from one Grow Your Own to the other connected to the research, so that we're trying to find ways that they can continue this work if we do not have, since we don't really currently have funding for the next biennium. And I don't know, Dr. Garner's on there too, but I see some hands.
Director Byrne?
Marty, so Director Perez, I want to pass it over. I think Marty had his hand up first.
Thank you. Sorry, my screen was smaller. Director Perez?
I'll just say thank you, Dr. Karen Perez, for providing a little bit of insight regarding the research that will be had in the near future. I just want to give a shout out to Dr. Mandy Vance, who was Oregon Teacher of the Year at one point. And I will just say we had Regional Teacher of the Year here in Lincoln County, particularly here in Newport Middle School. So a shout out to my playground here. We had Casey Baxter, who came through a non-traditional licensure. She was a Grow Your Own participant. She was nominated in her first year, and then she was titled or crowned Regional Teacher of the Year in her third year of teaching. So I'll just say when I just to kind of compliment Jason's qualitative data or qualitative narratives that he shared, there are quantitative stories out there that really support kind of this return on investment that has given back to, I'll say, schools, especially mine in particular, keeping it local, immediate, and personal tenfold. And so I'll just scream it from the rooftops to know that there are stories. And I look at Mandy Vance, and I know that there's a lot of work to go into even putting your name into the bucket for such a title, and for it to come so early in someone's career is pretty monumental. And I know Casey Baxter is just one of them. We had I do believe in Director Wilkinson. She can help me. We also had the media specialist or the librarian of the year for the state of Oregon in our district as well, a grow your own participant. So when we really talk about rural America, rural Oregon, and just how much we lean on such opportunities, it is so needed here in the Central Oregon coast.
Thank you for that.
Thank you very much. Director Brune?
Yeah, I just had a quick question. Thanks, Jason, again for sharing so much. Just for me to get a better sense of the 22 who were engaging. I know that Grow Your Own has a pretty diverse range of engagement, from classified, certified administrators, around the state. So I was just curious to get a sense of the spectrum of who was represented in those 22.
They were, so among the actual participants in the actual meetings, I would say that we had a slight overrepresentation of university faculty. So being run through the universities. There were definitely districts, and I would say that many of the rural communities were represented by districts rather than higher ed. And I would say also that the community itself, that those who participated were slightly overrepresented in terms of sort of adult pathways, right? So para-educator to teacher pathways versus K-12 pathways, right? So high school pathways. There were, I believe, 2 of the high school pathways that participated in the network, but most were paraeducators. And that kind of sort of represents what it looks like across Oregon too, where many of the Grow Your Own programs are, again, the intention, the participants there are adults. Does that answer what you meant?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, totally.
And wanted to share with you all, I know we're at time for this presentation, but we do have, I put into the chat, Representative McLean had asked the ODE staff of the EAC to prepare a one-pager that speaks to the work of the Grow Your Own. So we have that in the chat. We'll put it online on our webpage as well for the materials. But you can see there the different kinds. There's a high school or community college student education pathways. There's a classified staff to licensed educator pathways, emergency or restricted license to fully licensed teacher pathways, and the educator advancement and credential expansion information on there too. So feel free to share that out with people or to, if you have any other questions about this topic, happy to take those questions offline and get information back to you. And congratulations to Mandy Vance, Director Mandy Vance, for being through, and being our middle school educator of the year and having gone through one of our programs. And I know that our Director Brenda Chavez, also in her seat works with Grow Your Own programs. And so we have a lot of experience, and others of you in this space. So thank you so much, Jason, for joining us today and for your presentation. I know we haven't had a break, but we will have a break soon. Just really important information. If it's okay with Chair Weathersby, I'd like to introduce our next presenter.
Sounds excellent. Go ahead, Dr. Perez.
So our next presenter really is focused on our mentoring program. Back Senate Bill, well, I'm excited to welcome, I'll let you know her name, Dr. Amber Ryerson and Susan Barrientos, and Dr. Ella Taylor from Willamette EST, who partnered with us last year to support the Senate Bill 283 Educator Mentoring Grant. They're going to share learning from the one-year program that was funded by our legislators, as well as the recommendations for future mentoring programs in our state. This information will help. I know that for our council, mentoring has been something that you've spoken about multiple times. So it'll help us in our learning, but also we'll continue to use this learning for our roadmap as well. So I'll hand it over to our team from Willamette ESD.
All
All right, I will go ahead and get us started. My name is Susie Barrientos, and I am the program coordinator for the South Coast to Valley REN. And today I'm supporting in the presentation aspect because I know some of our team members are a little under the weather, and we're trying to preserve their voice for when they speak about the findings. If I could please go to the next slide. So to provide some context for you all as we go into this conversation about SB 283, for educators, the need for mentorship is very much felt in the day-to-day, especially when you're getting started or even when you're going through your educator prep program. But research very much backs this up. We have seen through Learning Forward, through the Learning Policy Institute, that 15% of first-year teachers leave. And that percentage increases by year 3. And even when I think about the colleagues that I went into teaching with my cohort, this is very much the reality for a lot of folks. Additionally, when we look at the 2024 Oregon Equity Report, we also have seen this new reality in that we have over 2,000 educators that are starting on an emergency or restricted license, which also really shifts the experience of these educators and really highlights the importance of having, as you're learning on the job, having someone that can come alongside you to support you throughout that journey. Another thing to really keep in mind as we talk about the findings from the programs that have participated in SB 283 is that each of these programs has really grounded their practices in best practice. As you see them up on the screen, these have really been created also through research and really in alignment with ODE's Oregon Mentoring Program standards. And every program that participated has used this as their basis. Programs were intentional in their setup, in their structures, and for programs that were already in existence, they made sure that whatever adjustments they were making were with these best practices in mind. All right, next slide. So when we talk about Senate Bill 283, which was a one-year, one-time funding opportunity, it was a $8 million investment in statewide mentoring. And of those 8 million, 6.9 million were spent. The remaining amount returned back to the state's general fund. The requirements of the grant really focused on SPED educators, those in rural communities, educators from diverse backgrounds, and those who held emergency licenses. So it really was looking at the programs and the educators that are like high need in this moment. There were 33 programs across Oregon. 9 of the RENs have participated in the program and 24 districts. Additionally, more than 1,200 beginning teachers were supported and nearly 60 beginning administrators received mentoring supports through SB 283. And the size of folks coming together, programs coming together to do this work together, and the amount of educators receiving support really demonstrate and highlight the need for mentoring across the state. Next slide. And so SB 283, it was 1 year, but it really provided the opportunity to think about what mentoring statewide structures could look like. Next slide, please. And one of the ways that this was done was through the collaboration with the regional educator networks. So for SB 283, the grant was intentionally designed to leverage the RENs to accelerate implementation, especially with such a short timeline for implementation, because of the RENs already having an infrastructure and presence across the state. They were able to provide a non-competitive structure that ensured access for districts and educators across all regions. It also provided one fiscal agent per consortium, which also reduced the administrative burden for districts, which again, when you're looking at a one-year grant, the administrative tasks that go along with reporting and distributing the funds can become a real barrier. The REN structure also accelerated the ability to share and scale best practices statewide, as the RENs were able to facilitate the network components and spaces for all of these mentor programs, which, as we have heard multiple times in the past couple presentations, the network aspect is a critical component for educators and programs. And so the RENs, having already built in relationships, were able to leverage those and continue supporting and kind of give programs a running start. Next slide, please. So through SB 283, programs fell into three main program types. There were 17 programs that focused on beginning teachers, 3 programs focused on beginning administrators, and 13 programs focused on both teachers and administrators. You can see for the first type and the third type, both REN and district programs fall into those categories. For beginning administrators, they were through district programs. If we can go back to the previous slide for just a moment. There were programs that focused on beginning teachers only. 2 districts were single administrator mentee districts. And 1 district formed a beginning administrator cohort of role and district superintendents and principals. And then, of course, there were the ones that offered mentoring for both beginning teachers and administrators. District projects that had their own mentor program outside of the REN consortium did still collaborate and work with the REN in their region as part of a broader community of practice. All right, next slide, please. So I'm only going to go over 2 of categories of the overall outcomes, and Dr. Ryerson will share more about the findings. But if we go to the next slide, when it comes to beginning teachers, 90% named that their increase in confidence was tied to them having a mentor or participating in a mentor program. What we have as well is that overall throughout the programs, collectively over 100,000 hours of support were provided, and that really averages out to about 85 hours of support throughout per teacher throughout the entire school year. And consistently, teachers say mentoring is critical to staying in the profession. And there's a quote there for you all to ponder for a moment. All right, next slide. For our beginning administrators, there is also overwhelmingly 100% of them attributed their increase in leadership effectiveness to having a mentor and participating in a mentor program. The hours of support provided per administrator averages out to about 78 hours. And what administrators really named is their mentors became a trusted thought partner who really helped strengthen their leadership confidence and decision making, which is a big feat when you are starting out as an administrator and your role is shifting and responsibilities, and in our current climate feels very, very critical. Another quote for you there. And I'm going to pass it over to Amber.
Good morning or almost afternoon to everyone. If we could go to the next slide. I am a little bit under the weather today, so I'm hopeful that I don't lose my voice. So we're going to transition into looking at program findings, really looking at how the SB 283 mentor grant impacted beginning teachers and administrators. And so if we could go ahead and go to the next slide. Our first focus will be on beginning teachers. And so overwhelmingly, beginning teachers just reported improvement in their classroom performance, citing significant growth in the areas of classroom management and instructional strategies. Thinking about this data from the mid-year to the end of year survey, just seeing the examples of things that the teachers were sharing about how their students were engaged in the learning process and how they were so overwhelmingly proud that they had built these relationships with their students was just so impactful to me. And one of the areas that beginning teachers really received a lot of, their greatest level of support from their mentors was really in the area of professional growth and development. And within that, looking at emotional support. So one of the biggest pieces for our beginning teachers, because they're overworked and overwhelmed at times, and there's just so much coming at them during the year, is having somebody that they can connect with to provide them emotional support, whether it's just bouncing ideas off of or just sharing, a challenge or something that they're dealing with. Also within that, developing their professional goals was another important piece, but also understanding and navigating the school and district culture. That's something that when you're coming into a school, when they, a lot of teachers shared that when they came into their school, they didn't really understand how, the community and stuff. And so really understanding and learning about their community that they were working in was really important. And this finding really topped it all, that beginning teachers reported that having a mentor really reduced their feelings of isolation and job-related stress. They just didn't feel like they were alone anymore. They felt like they had somebody there that was there for them all around. And if they had a question or something, they didn't have to stress about it. They were able to reach out to their mentor. So, next slide. This next slide shares beginning teacher reflections, mostly focused on student-centered practices. You can see, and I'm only going to read one of the comments. This really hit home here. The most valuable skill I gained from the mentoring program was building relationships with my students. Learning about their interests, backgrounds, and goals helped me build trust and improve motivation and behavior. So here's an example of what I was talking about, of, beginning teachers sharing how they mentoring has impacted their classroom and how they were able to help their students. Next slide. Now we're going to jump into beginning administrators. Now, beginning administrators have a different role in their job. It's more about being a leader within a school setting. And so beginning administrators really reported that the mentor program positively impacted their school performance and strengthened their leadership effectiveness. As I did interviews with lots of beginning administrators, a lot of their sharings were around this, that they were able to come into the school community having a mentor who had experience, leadership experience, that really helped them navigate how to understand like the school budget, how to do, like how to do staff evaluations, how to connect with parents and families, and how to handle certain situations with student behaviors. And then moving a little bit into 83% of beginning administrators also reported receiving the greatest level of support in relationship building. Again, going back to that example that I'm giving you about how their mentor helped them connect with their school community. The relationship building piece, not only with the community, but with staff and families and students, and being able to understand the school and district culture and navigating those challenging situations they were dealing with. A lot of their challenges that they reported were in working with student behaviors, being able to navigate how to address certain concerns that either teachers were sharing or families were sharing. And that 95% of beginning administrators attributed their leadership effectiveness to their mentors' prior experience as an administrator. This alone was like the biggest takeaway from the SB 283 mentor grant from administrators, that they really appreciated having a mentor that had all prior experience as an administrator. It really helped them to build that confidence, to be confident leaders. Next slide. And so here are some reflections shared by beginning administrators about developing confident communication, leadership communication. I'll read one of the comments to you, or one of the quotes. My mentor helped me prepare for difficult conversations by anticipating responses, aligning with district policy, and practicing active listening. Addressing issues directly and constructively has strengthened trust and became became foundational to my growth as a beginning administrator. So those quotes show the power that mentoring really had, or the impact that mentoring had on beginning administrators. Now, as we transition to the next slide, I do want to highlight also that SB 283 allowed flexibility in how programs operated. So if we can go to the next slide, this is a very complex graphic that shows how the RINs operated as a mentor program. So you can see that RINs had various ways of how programs could operate. And this was just to meet all the differing needs in each of the different communities that existed. So we had some, I would say the majority of the mentors in this grant were full-time classroom teachers, but she also had programs that were stronger on having full release mentors as well, or they utilize retired teachers as well. Next slide. This next slide shows the complexity of a district mentoring program. Mind you that all districts that were outside, that had projects that were outside of the RIN, they did work collaboratively with their RINs in their region, as mentioned earlier. Again, the infrastructure here shows the flexibility of having different programs that met the community needs. And now, as we transition to the next slide, I will highlight, you don't often, it's always, we heard a lot from beginning teachers and the beginning administrators. And also, we've heard from our mentors too, but, it was also important to hear from program coordinators, to hear their insights as to how they perceive the impact of SB 283 for the first year. So we can go ahead and go to the next slide. And hearing from program coordinators, they shared that they reported that the year really produced collaborative conversations that centered on mentoring networks, really supporting. It really is what helped support their programs and how they saw educator growth and retention in their program, within their programs, just through those trust-based relationships and reflection, and that ongoing feedback, the ongoing feedback loop that existed within their programs. Program coordinators also reported that differentiated structured mentoring with consistent expectations strengthened the educator resilience within their programs and also their well-being, which is which was very important, and strengthened their leadership capacity of their mentors. Program coordinators, their final highlight that they shared was that program coordinators reported that sustainable, inclusive program design couldn't happen unless they had the networks. So that inclusive program design was grounded in trust and also strong mentor-mentee matches that enhance educator development and confidence. So through having the RIN networks of the communities of practice and whatnot, it really allowed program coordinators to share their problems of practice and to be able to kind of converse back and forth on how, different ideas and strategies that other program coordinators had. If we could go to the next slide. These next set of slides are just going to share the impact of collaborative support networks that existed within the SB 283 mentor grant. So the SB 283 mentor grant, one of the biggest pieces was the network piece, was having those communities of practice. So like having the statewide community of practice, which really brought programs together from across Oregon. And that included programs from rural areas such as Eastern Oregon and Southern Oregon. And you could see that the outcomes from the statewide community of practice really provided the opportunity for idea sharing and for sharing, for reducing that professional isolation, especially for rural educators. And also within that, we had not only the statewide, but also the regional educator networks, the RINs, provided regional communities of practice that provided that system level of support that strengthened alignment between RINs and district mentor programs. And a few things that we heard back from mentors was that the networks really expanded the mentors toolkits. 81% of mentors reported an increase in access to resources and strategies, expanding their instructional toolkits, which they may not have had access to had the SB 283 grant not been implemented for the 1 year. And also that collaboration does drive professional growth. 87% of mentors reported increased effectiveness through collaborative mentoring experiences. And next slide, and I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Ella Taylor. Thank you.
Thank you, Amber. In the brief amount of time that we have, we're going to very quickly go over some program recommendations. All of this is based on the data that Amber shared with you. And if we move, there you go. And you can see there are 5 data-informed recommendations from sustaining and expanding funding, maintaining high-quality mentor standards, enhancing the professional learning and development of mentors, and of course, expanding mentoring support for beginning educators. And of course, from us, it's also hugely important to make sure that we do have data evaluation to support the continuous improvement. And as the next slides just go into that more fully. I'm not going to go over those given the amount of time, but if we can just go through them, whoever's advancing the slides, maybe a couple of seconds for each. Sustain and expand funding. You can see why it matters. It ensures consistency, quality, and long-term impact. If we move on to the next one, the high quality mentor standards. Again, that consistent high quality support is critical for our mentees and mentors, whether they're teachers or administrators. Moving on to the next slide. The enhancing the mentor training. We know that if mentors are trained well, they are embedded in professional development, it means we are receiving high quality mentoring as well for both our beginning teachers and administrators. Again, on to the next slide. And expanding support for beginning educators. We know this is critical, that being able to support those who are going through a teacher ed program, as well as those who are in their first few years, certainly the first 2 years, potentially up to the 4th year, but that provides the level of retention and professional growth that we want. And if we move on to the next slide, ongoing evaluation is critical so we can continue to prove the impact of mentoring. And then finally, the next slide. Continue on. And we can see here the really 4 key takeaways. It does matter. SB 283 made a huge difference for those educators. Quality and consistency were improved by making sure that we had consistent mentoring, consistent messaging going out. We know that implementation is difficult in districts, but we are able to get through those challenges. And again, this project helped support that. And that really the main focus here is that it requires sustained commitment both on the behalf of educators, on behalf of districts, the regional education networks, the EAC, and the legislature. And we thank you for your attention during this time.
Excellent. Thank you. I am going to give you some closing thoughts real quick because I am so excited by what I've learned just now. And I wish that we could implement all the good thoughts that have come out, the conversations that we've had. I wanted to mention the mentoring. I myself had never had a mentor till this year in my program. I'm doing my school counseling program. The first time that I've had someone guide me, and it has been life altering. Like it's been amazing. And the insight, the feedback, it's been great. So I really appreciate you. And I was going to comment on Director Perez. That was inspirational, what you had shared about your district. I look forward to connecting with you on that. And then just the roadmap, I think the work that I forgot your name, sir, but that
Tomas?
you're yes, Tomas, in education, like I feel like someone doing the work, if they have like the lived experience, it just makes it so much more fruitful, right, in my brain because you're able to connect and see the patterns that people are putting out for you. So I really appreciate all of everyone's hard work. And I wanted to, give some little reminders, some housekeeping. We're going to continue that work with Tomas after lunch, and I would love you to continue if you are able to. And I hope you can stay. And then I want you to take your lunch right now. And I want you to take care of yourself by doing something that is going to bring you joy in this little bit of time that you have, if you're able to continue. And then otherwise enjoy your day if you're not. And so we're going to come back around 12:10. I mean, sorry, about around 12:40, so that you have a cool 30 minutes, 33 minutes to actually have your lunch and enjoy.
And Chairs Weathersby, I just was going to let you know that if anybody has any comment or pieces of, we're going to put into the chat the research document that has all of the findings, so you have that document online. And just wanted to say thank you to Willamette ESD researchers and our REN team for helping us learn from the implementation of the mentoring program. We're adding, I just said we are adding the full report to the chat for you for a deeper dive, and we'll put it up on the website. As we mentioned, the RENs are the infrastructure, as was mentioned by Susan a couple times throughout the presentation. The RENs really are that infrastructure needed to implement state initiatives, ensuring equitable access to funds across our state, such as the Senate Bill 283 that really looked at educator mentoring grants. It includes that collaborative support networks, communities of practice from across Oregon. It reduces the isolation and increases that collaboration for our educators, and it strengthens the alignment and systems level support. So again, the RENs are that infrastructure to accelerate and expand statewide priorities and best practices. As we know, during the short session, we the RENs are also up for losing the second year of their funding. All the grants are getting out and are being implemented this first year. So we will be watching the short session. The work that was just shared with us, the work that was just shared with us will be used also, like I said, for the roadmap. And in the last 24-25, in that year, we had 10,000 educators were served through the RENs from 92% of Oregon school districts, actually, and ESCs actually participated. So we'll put that Ren flyer in there as well for you to take a look at. We'll put that on our website that gives you more data on the Rens. If people have questions, maybe after lunch we could come back and just have a few minutes and have a quick conversation about your thoughts, and then we can get those questions back to our researchers. But thank you so much, and we'll take the 30-minute lunch.
Awesome. Thank you, everyone. I'll see you after lunch.
Welcome back, everybody.
Hello. Great to see you all back after lunch. We will be starting with the roll call. Emily will be taking the roll call. Please respond with present when you hear your name.
All right. Dr. Castillo?
Present.
Director Bales Molnar?
Present.
Director Rhodes? Director Dujon? Director Bell?
Present.
Director Vance?
Present.
I apologize. I'm being told my internet is unstable, so thanks for bearing with me. Director Cotter? Director Brune?
Present.
Director Chavez? Director Perez? Director Nicholson? Director Larios? Director Potter?
Present.
Director Wilkinson?
Present.
Chair Weathersby?
Present.
We know Director Lilwich is not here. Director Tallarico also had to leave. And Director Wassman.
And Director Perez just came back on.
Great. Welcome back, Director Perez. And I believe Representative McLean was unable to make it. And then Rachel Mosier, I do not see here either. Great. And we don't need quorum, but we just wanted to record who was attending the work session. So thank you.
We want to open it up just if there's any questions. We did have Dr. Amber come back with regards to the mentoring. We're happy to, if there's questions for her, or we can also send them later. We just wanted to make sure we provided that space if there were questions or comments around the mentoring part before we move on.
And Director Bell had put a question in the chat, and I sent it to Amber. Do you want to respond to that question now?
I'm sorry, I did not receive the question. Did you send it via email?
I'll put it in the
Okay.
chat.
Thank
The
you.
question, or Director Bell, you can ask your question out loud too.
Sure. Yeah. So I was just asking about, as we mentioned, there's a lot of teachers that are on emergency licenses, and I know that that's affected bilingual teachers a lot as well because of the high need. A lot of them end up teaching early on emergency licenses, and then they're not getting that full year of student teaching experience. And so I was wondering if they have additional mentoring services or supports that go out to those teachers.
I know within the 1 year implementation of the grant that we had, there were conversations with one of the programs that did offer like extra support for those types of teachers. But I would have to go back and I want to give you a more firmer answer. I'd have to go back and look at the data. That wouldn't take that long, but it would be something I could get back to you on.
Okay, no worries. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
And we can also look at our RENs support. There's some RENs that are supporting with mentoring. So this is particularly to the grant, to the Senate Bill 283. And we have other programs that support as well. So we can maybe add a little bit about that when we respond back. Any other questions?
Then Director Brune.
Sure. Thank you for sharing, Dr. Greenberg. I was really curious around if there was much space for you and your team to really debrief or loop back to the districts. So I know you were engaged with a lot of individuals, but I know probably districts were wondering ways of carrying this work forward rather than thinking, oh, that was a great year. Hope it goes well. So I was curious if there was much space or capacity to kind of carry some of this work forward, kind of that release of responsibility.
Hi, Director Brune. To answer your question, I would say that that work does continue to carry forward, even with or without the one-time funding. I would say that in our data collection, what we did do for programs at the end is that we provided them some information that they could use, then turn around and use it for their like school boards and whatnot, like a one-pager and any of the information that's published on the EAC's website. Programs are able to refer to use for future programming. I don't know if that answers what you're looking for. Thank you.
I'll just add to what Amber was saying. With the 1 year of funds, we were pretty intentional about trying to support districts and RENs to use the funds to build capacity and to not, as much as possible, although the funds really allowed them to hire more mentors, but to not invest in things that were going to go away after 1 year. And so that building of capacity means that a lot of the programs existed before the grant were strengthened through the grant and are continuing to exist after the grant, though obviously the amount of mentors was significantly supported by having funds to pay mentors. So we were really intentional about, that's why we did the communities of practice and both at the regional and statewide. And as Dr. Ryerson said, like really trying to share out all of the learning. So you all, we encourage you to share out. There's a lot of materials that Dr. Ryerson's team produced. And so as much as we can get those out into the field and share them so that those practices are continuing to grow, that would be great.
Excellent. Thank you, Emily. We are now going to hand it off to Dr. Perez to start our work session today. Thank you, Dr. Perez.
Yeah. So just we want to invite Tomas, Dana, and the team, Kevin, and Kevin. I don't know, I don't see Brian right now, but just wanted to welcome them back, and we'll hand it back off to our roadmap work.
Great. Thank you, and excited to be joining you all for this afternoon session. We've got about an hour, 10 minutes left together. And so what we'll be doing in this chunk of time is first reflecting, excuse me, on the Padlet conversations. Dana and I took a stab at summarizing some of those themes. And so we'll just engage you on your reflections on did we capture your thoughts in the right way? Are we summarizing themes in the right way? The purpose of which is not to like stamp these are the categories of work, but it's just as a frame to help our conversations just for the rest of the hour, where we will be introducing 4 levers, basically roles that the EAC can support. And then we'll spend a bulk of our time, hopefully, in breakout groups and then a whole group discussion. And we'll, at the end, have some time for your feedback on our work plan. Any questions or comments with the agenda for the afternoon? Great. So I will turn it over to Dana to help introduce how we summarized our themes.
Thanks, Tomas. So we had a lot of content and rich thinking and reflection from the Padlet this morning that enabled us to kind of paint a picture of where this group of leaders sees there to be strengths that can be built upon in educator workforce systems, efforts, investments in Oregon, and then also where there may be some opportunities for growth or improvement. And we took a pass at synthesizing those into kind of a couple big buckets, which we're going to pull up on screen for you, and we will also share you into this document. Tom's one step ahead of me. Share you into this document, so if you'd like to follow along, you may. And what we'd love to do, we're thinking we're going to give you a moment just to review, kind of reflect on what you see here, and think about, does this affirm what your perspective? Is there anything you think that we need to add or refine? And this is just basically to give us all a shared sense of what we think were the key takeaways as far as strengths and opportunity areas from this morning. And then we're going to actually talk about sort of the so what of this content in a subsequent discussion activity. So first, we'll just give you an opportunity to read and review just a couple of minutes, and then we will dive into some discussion. Are we able to see enough there? Tomas, I wonder if we zip up the footer that we can maybe see more on this. I think if you double click, there we go.
Thanks.
Yep. And if you need to on your end, you should be able to, individuals should be able to zoom in the content to make it bigger if you have reading glasses like me. You need it to be bigger. Let's hear your thoughts. So we have these two kind of strength success areas around the Grow Your Own and mentorship work, which we of course had the opportunity to hear a lot about in the subsequent sessions after our activities. And then we have some areas for opportunity related to educator voice and morale and rural equity and access. Initial reactions, does this affirm your kind of understanding of what came out of this morning's discussion? Anything to add, change?
Dean, I'm wondering if you just want to read some of the big bolded ones for people that are online that maybe can't.
Absolutely, I
I just want to
can.
say, Director Brun, I think went off mute. I don't know if you were about to share something.
Great.
I was, but that's fine. I think it makes sense to have Dana share some things for those who can't see the document, but I appreciate it.
Oh, absolutely. Okay, let me do that. So under the kind of category of strengths, we first have a few kind of pull quotes related to the Grow Your Own and Alternative Pathways work, including how this work really is addressing shortages and also supporting improved classroom management and helping beginning teachers be stronger. The opportunity to recognize tribal governments as ed workforce partners, thinking about kind of community-rooted grow your own pipelines, thinking about how this really helps with success and sustainability to be recruiting educators from their own contexts, and then thinking about the importance of funding and sustainability. On this, underneath the mentorship and support for novice educators, we have a couple of different things that rose to the top in terms of how they support improved retention of teachers in their first and second years, the importance of culturally specific support, and that there's a quote, I am the only in my, so like I'm the only teacher in my, or individual in my family too, and thinking about centered in people's personal experiences. And then the importance of getting pre-service teachers out and about into classrooms earlier on. So importance of that kind of clinical teaching experience.
On the areas of improvement related to morale, educator voice, capacity building, a sense that a number of teachers are really feeling overwhelmed and that there are challenges and struggles with morale, and thinking about the importance of this support as it relates to retention, just the importance of really giving a forum for voice. And then lastly, rural equity and access, just acknowledging the challenges with the limited resources that rural areas may have, in particularly barriers related to travel and participation, things like resources, the ability to, or pressures for educators to pay for some expenses out of pocket, and just thinking about what that access could look like. What does it look like to really help rural educators in particular have access resources regionally? And I see we have Director Wilkinson with a hand raised.
Yes, I am curious. There's two words I don't see. One would be alignment. I feel like it may have not have been called out, but it feels like there was a lot more kind of language around aligning systems in the state. And then, of course, the Department of Early Learning and Care. I don't see any acknowledgments of that.
You're right. There definitely were several comments related to the Department of Early Learning and Care. And I think the themes of alignment and coherence as really critical definitely rose to the top. We've also saved like the full transcript of these Padlets so that we have them in notes. Thank you for calling that out. Other reflections or suggested refinements?
Yeah, not something to like necessarily type up, Director Brune, but I think just knowing that there is obviously interconnections between opportunities and strengths. And so I know some opportunities are gaps. Sometimes the strengths are woven into like amplifying a strength as an opportunity. So I just name that as far as like maybe a shifting into further down the document, Dana, when you and the team kind of lead us into those possibilities of knowing they might not be siloed into strengths or opportunities. They might be kind of a blend.
Excellent. That's a really good segue. Thank you for that. That really is what we'll look at next, is sort of what do we do with this information, and where is the EAC and sort of state entities in general positioned to really have an impact to expand upon strengths and address unmet needs. We're going to be continuing to expand on these thoughts in the subsequent activity, but I just want to give folks one last opportunity to share any additional thoughts. All right, do we want to transition to the next slide then? Okay, great. So in our earlier conversations, we really focused on the what and the why, and now we're going to be shifting to think about the how. So what are the mechanisms for change that are really within the locus of control of state actors and of the different members of the EAC and other state entities? And so for this next activity, we're introducing these 4 potential levers that state leaders can pull to create enabling systemic conditions so that local leaders, like districts, programs, are able to do the work they need to do to strengthen the educator workforce and kind of align educator supply with educator demand. And so these levers are adapted from a brief that describes the state role in addressing teacher shortages. And this was a brief that was developed in the wake of the pandemic as states were really facing some exacerbated shortages that came out of some of the unique challenges during the pandemic. And we can put a link to the brief in the chat if you're interested in looking at it in more depth. And so let's go look at these levers, and you'll notice that a lot of these are really examples of the work that the EAC is already doing in your current work. So we have coordination and collaboration, so bringing people together across agencies or across state and regional and local, or across different parts of the state geographically to collaborate and coordinate. That's clearly an area where the EAC is engaged. Next is thinking about resources. So where are there state level investments in particular programs that really move the needle on recruitment and retention? The third is around guidance, expertise, and technical support. So whether that's providing resources, whether that's providing technical assistance or training, supporting improved implementation, other opportunities to really bring forth expertise and strengthen kind of evidence-based implementation. And then the last, and this one is, a lot of what we are doing today is really thinking about sharing actionable data. So what are the data and information that we can look at and also further disseminate to really enable effective workforce planning, whether that's, how are data provided down at the local level to help make informed decisions about recruitment and retention and thinking about what's working and what needs areas for improvement, or what additional information and data do state leaders need to effectively make decisions about where to expand and scale, where to improve, and how to kind of prioritize investments and growth. So these 4 levers are going to be what we talk about in this next activity. So we can go to the next slide, where we're going to be breaking into 2 breakout rooms. One room that is going to have the rotating directors, the other room that will have standing directors and a tribal representative. And what we'll do is we're going to revisit those themes that we had pulled up in the Google Doc a moment ago. And we're going to be thinking about what it could look like to really kind of apply those levers in order to address that need. So how might coordination and collaboration be leveraged to think about strengthening and expanding the Grow Your Own initiative? Or what might guidance, expertise, and technical support look like in terms of thinking about rural equity and access? So we're basically going to be doing like a matrix to think about how all of those different levers could be applied through the EAC to think about strengthening impact, maximizing impact, and improving outcomes. You may find that you have more or less to say on a particular initiative or a particular lever, either from what your vantage point is and what your experience is, or just because there's more relevance for a particular lever in some issue areas than others. So that's okay. We don't expect to fill in every single field equally and to give equal attention and airtime to all of the different ideas. But it's just to kind of get everybody's wheels turning on some of the different state roles that can be enacted and state levers that can be pulled to drive change. So I believe we have some breakout rooms teed up, and we will all be in that same Google Doc together, just in different tables, taking notes, and then we will come back together to do some sharing out of some of the key takeaways that emerged. How much time are we going to spend in breakout rooms, Tomas?
I'm spending about 25 minutes, give or take.
Okay.
And with that, Dana, if there's anything else, otherwise I'd say Emily, send us out to the breakout groups.
Great. I am opening the rooms right now.
Thank you.
Emily, which room would you like me to join?
We're gonna stay out here.
Oh, we don't need to take notes?
Nope, they've got the note taking all set.
Rad, thank you.
Thanks.
back, everyone. If your group was like ours, we could have probably talked about this for a while longer, even. Had a lot of really interesting reflections and thinking about some of the strengths and areas for opportunity and where the EAC can impact change. And so what we'd like to do in the next few minutes is invite someone from each of the two groups to share out and just share some of the key takeaways that came out of the conversation about state levers. So, Tomas, do you have a plan for that in place? Do you need a minute? We just by the skin of our teeth came up with a plan right before we came back, so we're ready.
We were caught a little off guard. And so if you all want to start first, by all means, and then pass it over to the rotating director group.
That sounds good. All right. Director Molnar is going to start for us and share a little bit. Has graciously agreed to take that role for our group.
Okay, well, thank you all. Like Dana said, we had, I think, a really good conversation, and I think one of the things that really rose to the top is the connection with legislators and legislation and how funding is oxygen for these types of projects and the challenges of getting the right data to legislators to tell the story while also understanding that a biennium is only 2 years. And sometimes that can be very limited in our ability to tell the full story. It's just a snapshot in those years. And also recognizing that legislators will also turn over as elections happen. And so there is a process of needing to gather the data that is asked for while also anticipating what data would be most helpful so that we can really focus on really having legislators who are deeply informed and hearing and seeing the story of the Grow Your Owns in particular to continue funding, so to continue moving towards that. Another piece that we were really thinking about is with the Grow Your Owns is where can we call out and be more specific around that alignment between K-12 and early learning worlds, knowing that we have early educators who work in school districts, either they perhaps are a third grade teacher who's asked to come and teach in preschool and is like, when my son was 4, it was great, but that's very different than being in a classroom with 24-year-olds. And so how are we supporting them in really their own workforce education preparedness for early education, knowing that that is sort of a workforce preparedness with requirements that lives kind of in a limbo. They're not quite DELC, they're not quite ODE, they're not TSPC. And so how are we supporting those educators in their preparation? And then I would turn it over to Bill or Karen to speak to the EPP piece, because I think they understand that at a deeper level than I do.
I would say that we were just thinking a little bit about the notion of partnership and collaboration among agencies and kind of the intersection of K-12 in-service educators and particularly beginning and novice teachers and pre-service teachers and that continuum of growth, that an educator moves through. And we were wondering a little bit about going back to that notion of knowing, that a quality teacher has the greatest opportunity to influence outcomes and achievement for our students. That notion of how do we continue to maintain grow your own programs that provide alternatives and more accessibility, but still maintains the quality that a teacher would need and the dispositions a teacher would need to be successful in a classroom in Oregon with Oregon's students. And a little of the context, and I think Director Vance, has touched on this a couple of times in person and online. He is kind of the, whether Oregon EPPs are best equipped, you know what I mean, to serve Oregon teacher candidates, and what are some of the opportunities we might have to knock down some of the barriers that our candidates are seeing to accessing preparation in Oregon EPPs, and needing to choose out of state EPPs for their preparation because of some of those barriers that come up. And it certainly lands in the grow your own world, you know, as we're working with candidates and supporting their preparation.
Thank you, Director Rhodes. Dr. Perez, did you want to add anything?
I think they covered it quite nicely. And yeah, I'll hand it back so the other group gets a.
Wonderful. All right, Tomas, I'll go over to you for your group.
Yeah, I invite folks from our group to unmute and share some of what either they shared or what you heard others in the group share.
Okay. So it sounds like we talked about early learning as much as you talked about EPP. But we also talked a lot about addressing opportunities, and chime in anyone, to reach, not to reach, but to implement higher expectations for our teachers, and how can we support that implementation and sustain it. We talked a lot about the furthest from the hubs and RENs, and making sure that, you know, they really are being connected with, and the expectation isn't that they connect back out to the RENs. And then, of course, we talked a lot about early learning providers, making sure their voice is here. But also, we really dove deep into childcare and what a difference that would make in communities for recruitment. And then, you know, of course, I brought down the real list of how difficult that can be with staffing and things, but that it would be ideal. And it is like Hotel California for me, Marty, on that conversation. So, anybody else want to speak to any of the other more educator?
We also kind of focused on that pathway between the classroom and government, and just how it can be really hard for teachers to have their voices heard, because all these laws and these bills get passed, and then the teachers are the ones that feel that in the classroom. They're the ones that undertake that impact. And sometimes there's a very negative impact to some of the things that are passed, and it doesn't feel like there's a way to really have a conversation outward. Where do teachers go? How do they contact government? How do they start that process?
I want to make sure, is there others from your group, Tomas, that we're going to share? I didn't want to put anyone else. Well, it sounds like across both conversations, we really kind of surfaced a number of, I guess, opportunities to think about scaling bright spots, but also some potential kind of pain points that the EAC may be well positioned to think about kind of the best mechanism for action, and just thinking about what kind of information and data you need from educators to understand their perspective, and then other information and data related to implementation and outcomes will be really important in thinking about how you act next. So I know, Tomas, we had a couple of things we were potentially considering for this last chunk of time. So I want to turn it back over to you to take us to our next step as we get closer to the end of our meeting time.
Yeah, we've got about 20 minutes left and a couple of things to do. And so I wonder if we try to go through a couple things quickly, with not recognizing we won't reach completion. Data came up, and measurement and goal setting in our breakout group. It came out in our morning session. And so I wonder if, Dana, you tee this up? We capture some notes over the next
Mhm.
8 minutes, and then we transition to work plan feedback.
That sounds good. So this slide here is really kind of an extension of the levers discussion in just thinking about, what additional information could really be valuable to the council to further affirm and further contextualize what you heard today, both what you heard from our group discussions, what you heard from the presentations about the Grow Your Own network and about mentoring. Um, what else do you need to know to be informed and make informed decisions? Whether that's about, workforce data, like do you need outcome information to understand, completion numbers or credentialing numbers or shortages or vacancies, things like that? Or is it that, more information about implementation of a program? How's it going? Is it happening as it intended? Are there things that are going well or not? Evaluation data, and then equally important, thinking more about more comprehensive educator voice data, whether that's through the RENS or the educator survey that was mentioned earlier. What do you feel like would be valuable information to you as leaders to just get the full picture of needs and priorities and think about where to prioritize as a result? So just love to hear any thoughts on that. The other questions kind of follow into like what you could do with that data and how you could come together to use it, et cetera. But I think really just even thinking about what it is that you'd want, what would be most valuable to know, I think would be interesting to hear from this group as the next step.
My brain is saying, like the Grow Your Owns, we know that the growth has happened and folks have seen that, yet our decision makers are looking at cutting those programs. So where's that disconnect in my brain? Is it because we don't have enough anecdotal folks being, sharing their stories in a personal way? Is it that the education piece hasn't happened at the legislature level to say, hey, direct result right here, this was what grew that, this is important. And, do we need more testimony? Do we need a bill passed, a vote on a ballot? What is that mechanism that will fill in the gap of the disconnect? When you see that proven things are happening, where do we need to stave up our society to figure out that's what we need to do to be successful, to have a successful society, because we have well-adjusted adults because they were well-adjusted children that got their needs met. So
that's really helpful. So just thinking about what's the information you need to be able to like tell the story of impact, communicate the value, communicate that return on that investment. What else? What other kind of information could be valuable? And we can continue talking about Grow Your Own, but if you have thoughts on a different initiative, that's of course fine as well.
Yeah, Director Brune here. Dana, I know I mentioned it early on, but I think just being able to have access to a lot of data, a lot of data exists, but it's not always accessible. And so I know that districts collect a lot of data around workforce. Is that being shared? So I know one of the EAC staff, Owen, last year had shared around some of those dilemmas of trying to just get access. So I know that's one dilemma.
Or like meaningful, actionable data that you can like look at. And yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
I guess a specific phrase to maybe put in there is a district strategic plans. A lot of times by school board policy, they need to have that data. So a lot of times it kind of pushes for its existence, but its accessibility and sharing seems to be an obstacle.
Yep. Okay. I see Director Potter has her hand up.
my brain was just curious, and I keep going back to those logic models and the data that the RENs are collecting to monitor their progress toward their goals. And I have no idea if so I'm going to say it, and I don't know if it's a good idea or not, but is it helpful for us to say, okay, RENs, you don't all have to have the same goal of data, but we're going to pick literacy, or we're going to pick attendance, or we're going to pick whatever the topic is, and we're going to ask that you all, or mentorship, because it seems like a lot of our RENs do mentorship. You're going to have the same goal. How you achieve that goal, you all get to decide, but the goal is the same. Like, we want to see movement in data toward an aspiration of whatever it is. Let's say it's mentorship. And then once we get that data and we know, okay, this is best practice. This worked in Klamath Falls. This worked in Portland. This worked in. So then we turn to the legislature and say, this is working. And so we kind of change the flow of information. Instead of the legislature telling us what we need to do, we're using data from our teachers and our RENs to feed EAC's capacity to put the pieces together to inform policy and budget decisions. I know money needs to go into the RENs in order to make that happen, right? It doesn't just magically happen, but when it starts happening, then it seems like it could be positive. But I also understand that RENs are supposed to be regional educator networks. That R is so important that it needs to be regional. So I don't want to stomp on toes. So maybe it's just like every one of the four have to be I don't know. Anyway, so again, I don't know if I like that idea, but I was just trying to change the flow of information and change how we speak to legislators and how legislators see the EAC and the RENs as ways to inform future policy rather than I'm frustrated, I'm going to tell you what to do.
Thank you. That's really helpful. I love the idea of thinking about, how you can use data then to drive the messaging and communication around advancing best practices. Director Molnar?
I also really like that idea. Thank you, Director Potter. One thing that I think would be interesting to know, and I'm not sure if we would be able to get this data or how to get it, but thinking about retention rates and from an early learning standpoint, like how many times are we having educators who are flowing back and forth between K-12 and early education, while also thinking about, and maybe this is less true in K-12 as it is in early learning, but a lot of times we use mentor programs as a way to retain teachers in the classroom while still allowing them avenues for their own growth and career advancement, so that we are retaining teachers in classrooms that are really demonstrating high child outcomes and family partnerships, instead of saying, you're really great with children, go be a coach. And then in that case, we're kind of shooting ourselves in the foot, because then we always have a classroom teacher drought. So I would be curious to know if we have any data that can kind of speak to, and I think we talked a little bit about this in Ashland actually, but speak to how some of these strategies can both include or how these strategies are increasing retention of those who are successful where they are as well.
Thank you. And I know I'm typing furiously to try and keep all of the points in this document. If I write something and you're like, that's really not the way I meant to say that, please feel free to adjust it. Did I see another hand up? I thought I did.
Sorry.
Director Wilkinson?
Director Bales Molnar, I wanted to clarify. When you say educators flowing back and forth, I have seen many times in my career that we encourage our early educators, to go to school and whatever that looks like. And then they look and see what they can make in a kindergarten classroom, even as an assistant, and how much better it is than what we're offering in our nonprofit center. So are you seeing the flow back into early learning as well?
Well, I was thinking particularly, we know in school districts that very often if the school district has a requirement for their early educator to be a licensed teacher, then we have some of that flow into those younger age ranges. And we also know that, for example, in Portland, we have a very large Head Start program that is centered and run within a school district. And to run the Head Start program, you have to have a license, not necessarily experience with Head Start, which is a little mind-bending sometimes when you think about it in practice.
Tomas, I'm mindful of time. So
Yep.
how would you like to proceed? Do you want to continue or wrap up?
I think what I would recommend, this is really helpful, and I want to transition us over to get your feedback on just our immediate next steps before we close out, because we just have a couple minutes left. And so just as a reminder, we have the Educator Advancement Roadmap, which is just as the functions as a strategic plan, right? Giving the EAC direction through mission, vision, goals, and alignment of work. We have these three categories of things that we, WestEd, will be facilitating. Part of what we did today is get an understanding, broad understanding that you all helped us map out the strengths, challenges, what's where data can plug in. And the next thing I want to engage in across each of these three, from Oregon Educator Initiatives, who should we interview? Are there any things that on your mind that you know, hey, this is something per all the conversations we've been having, and particularly in the last hour, that you'd want us to learn more about and dig into further? State benchmark analysis. Great example of this is what I just saw in the chat around, hey, New Mexico has a universal childcare policy that is really strong. Like, you all should look into that. And perception data, any voices. So for the sake of time, we'll keep this fairly brief, but would love any guidance that you all have across any of these spaces, and you can feel free to come off mute or chat them in.
I would say that the Department of Early Learning and Care, where we are embarking on a complete revisioning and redesign of our career pathways and workforce registry. And so I think that having connection with some of the folks who are leading that work, either at the Oregon Center for Career Development or at DELC, as we're also really leading a lot of that work, would be helpful to see if there's alignment possibilities there.
Thank you.
People might be getting tired and you're getting quieter.
Yeah, if you didn't see it in the chat, Director Weathersby had a good comment that I thought might go into the perception data in terms of whose voices tend to be missing. That might be worth having there. I was looking back at the continuum. And so for me, at least, I'm curious about the recruitment process in terms of shifting, in particular, those who are instructional assistants or classified staff that shift into certified. I was kind of curious about that pathway and licensure. Since we're making a wish list.
Pathway from certificated, from classified to certificated.
Yeah, classified to certificated, yeah.
I'd also be interested in, our benchmarks were 47th is what I've been hearing. But we include a lot of our, we include our SPED students. We don't sift them out to not include them with vouchers and, different things. So like the setup of our education space is inclusive, where a lot of others exclude. And I sort of want to like look at spaces. I know that was a weird preamble, but I want to look at spaces that are being successful, but also have like sort of the same makeup we do in those spaces to see if there are any programs or initiatives or policies or state law that has been put into place to make them more successful.
Are you thinking within the state of Oregon or?
No, you said outside, it said
Right.
in other states. So I was just wondering, like, what other states are doing it successfully? And if we can look to them to guide or for ideas.
Great. Thank you. Just a couple minutes left here. I'm going to go ahead and just close this out. Remind us that we'll be digesting all of this wealth of information, reaching out to folks to schedule interviews, beginning this analysis across state data, and reviewing extant perception data. We'll be seeing you all again in just or subset of you all in a couple of weeks. And so we very much look forward to that. Again, here's our emails. We gave a lot of information to you all today. And so as you digest, additional thoughts percolate, please reach out to us. Want to thank you all so much for your time, for allowing us to engage with you in your space today. And I want to make sure I pass it off to Dr. Bedes to close us out with any final words.
Yeah, just thank you so much for staying with us to continue to this roadmap work for us. We'll keep watching what happens during the short session. And we will be together on February 4th as a council in a work group around this work to continue this work. So just really thankful for the time that you spent with us and yeah, excited for the work ahead for our future state. I'll hand it back to Director Weathersby or Chair Weathersby.
Excellent. Tomas, I always enjoy an intellectual conversation, and this has been a day of intellectual conversation, so I really appreciate that. And in closing, what I would love us to do, we all have a lot that we hold, and I would love us to write into the chat one thing. I'll give you about 10 seconds to think about it. One thing that you're going to do to take care of yourself today or tomorrow. Not in the future, but like immediately. What are you going to do to take care of yourself? Excellent. I'm going to take some time to read these off as our closing. Walk on a dog with the beach right now, cuddle with my kids, give my son a call, time to read and relax. I'm going to walk in the forest, making tea tonight and sitting on my couch and unplugging by 9 and playing basketball this evening, celebrating a birthday with best friends and family. Excellent. I really appreciate you all for putting that out so quickly. And I wish you success in your endeavor to take care of yourself and that you do that each and every day if you possibly can, because our work is hard and I want you not to burn out. And so with that, I would like to close us out and say thank you, everyone.